Good morning. It's Thursday, June 15th. We are still doing some Klogin stuff in the coworking. Here's the mandatory disclaimer. This is messy, long, and not something you probably want to watch. So don't watch it. If you don't, there's lots of other places you can go. And this information is in the playlist, is in the explanation of the playlist in the description. So go look at that if you want to get to the other thing. Okay, let's jump right in. Yesterday I ended the day with quite a rant about how broken the OAuth package is, because it doesn't provide any support whatsoever for the existing but deprecated standard for password type equals grant. Instead forcing you to create a token store and pull stuff out of there, and the HTTP client that's built that you can get out of a config object is very traditional auth flow centric, and so it doesn't. The thing that's kind of frustrating already is getting a package like OAuth to play nice with a different specification. Open Connect, OpenID, Connect, OIDC is a different thing. So they have to play nice with each other. And so I concluded last time that we'll use as much as we can from the OAuth package, such as, the structs for capturing tokens, even though the tokens mean different things for grant type equals password. And potentially validation, but we don't really need to validate anything except for the TLS token is valid and make sure that works. So we're going to go ahead and pursue this with just using a regular HTTP client and enable that client to use, even though yesterday I determined at work that we're going to trap TLS validation. If it doesn't work, we're going to propagate that up as an error to the user so that they can get the root CA key into the user's host workstation, whatever keys. But we did successfully test using our own root CA, and we spent at least 3 days setting up our own root CA, which I don't regret at all. I mean, that was a lot of great knowledge, and I need to consolidate the Keycloak. In fact, one of the tasks that I'll be doing at work probably after this is to finish the consolidation of our Keycloak instances into one with multiple realms, instead of having 3 separate instances of Keycloak running in different clusters, which is kind of stupid. I'm just saying that because it's just a regrouping, and that work that I did to set up Keycloak, which we have running over here. Hopefully it's here's Keycloak. Is Keycloak down? Is Keycloak down? Oh no, there it is. Actually, while I'm at it, I probably want to, for fun, I want to figure out how to theme Keycloak, which I saw that you can do down here. I'll probably pull that off as well. But yeah, managing Keycloak users and then and that kind of thing. I also want to figure out how to set up Keycloak to be backed by another LDAP provider, which is something that is another work task that I need to do. But I don't. For right now, we're just using the users that are generated from Keycloak that are not backed by LDAP. So Keycloak does have an LDAP provider built in, I think. Let me just check that out really quick. Kind of thinking ahead here. Does Keycloak include LDAP support? Service sugar. You can use Keycloak with LDAP without importing users into the Keycloak user database. It's LDAP Federation. Yeah. LDAP does not support data with the Keycloak feature requires. Yeah, so Authentic and some of the other IAM tools, identity access management tools, they support. They actually have LDAP servers inside of them, so you can query them instead of setting up LDAP servers. but Keycloak just federates. That means it just brokers the LDAP connection. So thank you for using that word. Yeah, waving to the Twitch chat. We have a live chat on Twitch. Come join us on YouTube. YouTubers, if you want to come join us live, we're on Twitch during the day. You can come give your feedback, and that rapscallion feedback is fantastic. So Keycloak just does federation. I will probably do that over the weekend, if not next week. Setting up LDAP Keycloak Federation is not something that I strictly speaking, I could probably do it today, because Friday, as every Friday, is given over to us to do learning about anything really, technical and career related. So I could probably actually spend today setting up LDAP, so that I can use Keycloak to federate to the LDAP thing, and then figure out a way to integrate that into our containerized Keycloak development environment, so that we could bring up a simulated enterprise with a root CA and Keycloak federating to an LDAP server. That would be really cool, right? Just to be able to just like run a script and just have all the pieces working, and then you could mess with it and track, network traffic and all that kind of thing. So that's kind of a fun challenge. I actually like that. I think I probably will end up doing that a little bit later today. The immediate task at hand, though, is to actually finally get an access token and a refresh token, and to populate the kubeconfig file locally with that information. It's funny because, as I said yesterday, I have been dreaming about this, and I woke up today and I was like, if we had, so because we're using the new provider, I'm kind of half sentences here, but because we're doing OIDC.new provider, we're already hitting the net to do discovery. We're grabbing that well known or whatever to get the token URL, and rather than hard coding the token URL, that is really the only, I imagine there's another benefit, but that's really the only benefit of using OIDC provider, the OIDC package from CoreOS. And because I don't need to do any token validation or anything. I just need to dump the tokens in. I don't have to check the realms. I don't have to check their scopes or anything. I can just grab them and put them in, because Kubernetes is going to take care of all of that for us. So that task is pretty easy and extremely unusual. Most of the time, if you were acting as a client for an OIDC provider or something like that, and you needed one, you would need to do the extra validation verification, which we do. We do that in our API. We have an API that's an application-facing, web-facing API using Apogee and stuff. And my teammate is, he wrote that OIDC layer for that. But so he does have to do validation against realms and scopes and stuff. But we don't have to do that. We don't have to do that here. So that leaves us with the possibility of, that extra URL query to get just to get the other URLs, makes me wonder if it would be acceptable to just do another query to get the configuration of the different clusters, so we could phone home and say, hey, here's the clusters I need. Here's the cluster API access point, and I might have to take a break and actually ask my team about this, to have a meeting about this, because that is something that would be very cool, actually. Because then where do we do it? We have to host it on a website. What it makes me wonder is if I could piggyback into the OIDC provider and put other information inside of the Keycloak information that's handing out certs. So I'm kind of just brainstorming here a little bit. But what I'm suggesting is that, we wouldn't want to force the addition of extra LDAP information, but I don't think that they're going to go for that, but I'm just thinking about if they would do it. If there was some way to communicate in the user query, the JWT that comes back from the OIDC query, if there was some way to communicate in that the top level cluster information, then it would be dynamic. It would be something that we would not have to embed into the code. and it would be something that they could, that they could add. The goal of this is to be able to just run a program klogin and then say what cluster you want to log into, or log into all of them at the same time. And that's actually probably the main goal. Yeah. Right now they indicate what client, what cluster they want to log into. And many of them don't know that we have other types of clusters, so we put all that stuff into a single keylogin. But if we were able to put that as information in the Keycloak user information somehow, like based on group, for example, right? Yeah, you know what? I'm going to pause the video and I'm going to ask a question in the chat, because if we set up, I'm going to ask my team this. We might need a meeting on this actually, but if we were able to set up a Keycloak group, which we already have because we use that for our RBAC authentication in Kubernetes, then I could automatically log them into certain clusters based on their privileges, because of their group. This is stuff that we already do. So I could actually do that, and I can make a decision about which of the clusters that they should be logged into, and I could log into all the clusters at the same time, and they wouldn't have to specify what cluster they log into. That would be very useful. I mean, I want it because I log into all those clusters at the same time, and it's a pain in the ass to go back and forth and log into each one. I'm going to pause the video. I'm going to put some music on. I'm going to go actually ask my team how they feel about that really quick, just to get the conversation going on. All right, we're back after I had a huddle, as they call it. Why do we have to use sports metaphors and everything? Whatever. So we decided that since OAuth 2 package doesn't support Grant topic equals password flow, we're going to go ahead and just use a HTTP client. We talked about that already. I ran that by everybody. I also ran by the option of using inspecting a group or some other scope or something inside of the JWT that's returned, and using that to decide what clusters to log into. And we're not going to do that. We're also not going to pull down an independent file. We're going to hard code it. So for our given cluster, we talked a little bit about managing our Keycloak in the future and moving to a centralized Keycloak versus a single Keycloak per cluster, and the implications to HA, high availability, by making that decision, which is actually a topic I would like to open for conversation with the larger community here. Let me just net out that concern, and you guys can think about it, talk about it, chat about it while I'm writing just a basic HTTP client to pull down ground type password from basically like making a curl-ish client in HTTP, which is pretty easy using the built-in HTTP client. So, but the discussion point is in an environment, an enterprise environment where you have multiple clusters. We've already talked about these pie-in-the-sky scenarios of like what is best for developers who are working in a multi-cluster environment. What is the best way to provide authentication to them? Should they be downloading a separate kubeconfig file and managing it in a single directory for all different clusters across the enterprise? I personally think that that's the best enterprise architecture, because that gives you maximum flexibility with regard to kubeconfig and the kubectl version. You could actually have, if you wanted to create a portal for your whole enterprise, you could create you could create a place to download verified binaries in an air-gapped environment. You'd have to do that anyway. You wouldn't be telling your user to install kubectl off of some random internet website if you're on an air-gapped system, enterprise. And there's many of those, right? So my ideal architecture designed for a huge enterprise with multiple cluster considerations would be to create a single portal, and this is what OpenShift kind of tries to do, would be to create a single portal where any developer could download the kubectl binary necessary to log into and use that specific cluster by version within 2 version levels of it, according to the Kubernetes standard specification, which says you can't have out of 2 syncs. So that's one reason all by itself to have that. You're going to have clusters in your environment that in your enterprise that are going to be out of date and that for specific reasons. To give you an example of that, Domino is very slow to upgrade their versions and they hold clusters back, and so some organizations will create a single cluster in a multi-cluster world just for that specific application, and this is becoming more and more common. This is where cluster API comes in, everything. So where am I going with this? So you would have a single, in my perfect imagined enterprise architecture world, the absolute utopia for a multi-cluster developer in that enterprise would be to have a single portal where they download a kubectl for that cluster and they download a kubeconfig for that cluster that they have authenticated against via the web. So if they have leftover LDAP or whatever, great. Because in such a portal environment, you control both the binary they're downloading and the backend that's using it. You could actually hand off a kubectl that uses user key and password login through LDAP if you still have that for a specific cluster, or 2. You could still have ADFS type, not ADFS, but you could still have AD type, authentication, or the traditional OAuth authentication out there in this portal, and that would be the place where you would authenticate, and then it would download a kubeconfig file. So the idea for this is not original. I saw one of the people who used to work for VMware, who was in our Twitch chat, wrote Gangway. And that's exactly what it does. It gives a separate kubeconfig file, and then it doesn't use context to manage individual cluster configurations. If the advantage of this is that they could have multiple contexts for a specific client. Now, the downside of this is they would have to download that kubeconfig file every time they want to do any access to it. So if they want to do any other customizations of that kubeconfig file, they'd have to figure out their own way to do it. So the portal would probably need some sort of logic to allow developers to add things that persist to their kubeconfig for that specific target cluster. I mean, that's a huge mouthful to digest, but that is where I would like to see things going. I actually kind of want to make it, but if it hasn't already been made, I'm pretty sure it will be, because I mean, I don't see, in a multi-cluster environment, I don't see how developers can make sense of it safely and be able to do localized development against those clusters. Over the bar into production, yes. So, I mean, there is okay. So the main debate point, though, is if I have 3 clusters, right? One cluster that's got a lot of volume on it, a lot of users. We're talking about developer users as well as users of the application. You have another development cluster that only developers use to practice things, and then you have another infrastructure cluster which hosts your apps and things like that. And so do you put an instance of Keycloak in each one that matches that cluster? Do you put, I mean, it seems on the surface intuitively that you would only have the one Keycloak in the infrastructure cluster, but what happens when your infrastructure cluster goes down? Now nobody can log into any of the other clusters. See what I'm saying? Whereas do you centralize on a single one, or do you manage different user bases for each cluster using a separate provider? Now, even though all of those providers are federating LDAP access, so that's and then you're managing specific information through LDAP as opposed to groups or whatever that you would be putting into your Keycloak profiles for a given user base. And the IDP is hosted on separate infrastructure, right? Right, and that should be definitely hosted on separate infrastructure, yeah. And if you have this single one, right? So yeah, we I mean, this is going to be an interesting question. You have them separate in a set. You have separate auth instances per environment cluster, but they all point against a single Azure AD. So are you using Keycloak, Krishna? Because if you're using Keycloak, then are you doing LDAP federation? You're probably not, because that would force you to do grant type equals password, and most companies don't do that. Some do though, so that's why I'm asking. I mean, you don't have to share. I mean, I don't want you to dox too much about your company. That's fine. But but that is an interesting question. Well, all right. So back to the task at hand. We're going to write an HTTP client, a very simple one. Let's put it in a function here, and we're going to say, what should we call it? It was like this is going to grant access. So we're actually going to get new access function, grant access. Get, yeah, get, get password auth token. And we broke our pretty, with broader auth strategy. Okay. I was just wondering if you're federating LDAP as well, managing it. But I guess if you're using AD, you are using LDAP to some degree, or at least you can. Grant password token auth. So, user pass. We didn't even need this over here. Yeah, let's get rid of it. We don't need it anymore. Yeah, that was left over from before. I wonder why it didn't bark at me for not using them. Usually it does because I guess it must be in the scope. I'm gonna have to justify this again. People are gonna be like, "What the hell are you doing? You're not supposed to do that." How many? You guys want to raise your hand? How many times today are we gonna have to justify using Rant type password? I'm telling you. We're making essentially the same as a curl request here. Grant type password. And then we need client ID, scope, username, and password. Client ID. I don't think we have a scope actually. Huh. Do. Huh. All right. Oh, I guess I'd expect someone already to be there. Yeah. I am interested in something here. Yeah, okay. All right, so the scope is OIDC, Open OID. How you doing, Z-Love? Scope is always Open OID. Open ID, so I can put that in there. Username. This is the stuff you can't pass it as a post, by the way, which is lame. It's very, very lame because then you have URLs that have passwords in them, which I really hate. Oh no, we use an HTTP put method. Yay, a post. Yeah, we're using post instead of query string. Thank God. Thank God. Okay, so user password. Yes, how can I access web page in Windows 10? Do you know? I start a web server on Ubuntu server using SSH connection. You gotta look up the IP of the machine. Make sure if it's in a container, you gotta forward all the ports, the IPs and stuff. Yeah. In 21 minutes, I can maybe help you with that. You just you're gonna have to go to localhost, or whatever the IP is of the machine associated. Yeah, then go to the IP. If it might not be getting forwarded though if you're running it from a container. That's our part, right? If you're running in Podman, then it's not gonna. You need a port forwarder or a load balancer or something, because the container engine is designed to not publish any of that stuff beyond the local host. So you need like an ingress or a reverse proxy or something. That's where it gets complicated. Rent type equals password, client ID, scope, username, password. That's it. All right, so that's the params. Let me just do a basic URL request. This is the part where we could either do, we could either do a request. We could use the built-in CA, or we could add a new one. We don't need to actually add a new one. Mostly, I wanted to. This code down here is already doing that. So yeah, let's do that. We could say. I mean, this is just test code. So what we would do here is the same thing we did on here. Is say, look, if I can't get a provider, then try it with the CA provider, right? So I should probably fork off a client that has TLS authentication. You know. The funny thing is we can actually reuse this HTTP client from above. Yeah, this is not going to be code that I keep, but I need to apply the same logic here. Whereas if the first, it's not really critical to what I need to do for work, but both OpenID profile. I don't think so. Mine just says OpenID only. I don't know if I need it. What I'm getting at, you know what? I'm just going to do it in a init right here. Because this is throwaway code anyway. You can sue me. Sue me. I'm going to create a built-in client that has a provider in it. Our provider is a pointer to an OIDC provider, and it's nil by default. And then we can move this code up here, and then I can just call it at any time, and then have a client just to reuse. I don't have to do it all the time. We don't need username and password for the provider, so let's take that out. This again, this is not really critical. This is just kind of test code. So this is left over from the test about whether we could detect whether the CA is in the local host chain, or the root CA is or not. So we have provider. Provider equals new provider. If error equals nil, for made provider error equals new provider own CA. Don't need that. If error equals nil, blah. Oh wait, print the error. And go get it. The provider includes an HTTP client. So there. Yeah, there's a HTTP client inside the context, which is why OAuth 2 doesn't work, because it doesn't use that client. It would be great if it did, but it doesn't. So in terms of like global here, I can just detect what provider to use when this thing runs. Again, this would be in a function. It wouldn't be in an init function if we were doing it right. You know what I mean? I mean, to be fair, we could say, okay, forget it. Let's say, set provider. How about that? Because the init's making me feel dirty, so let's not do that. Yeah. Set provider. Don't need that. Don't need this. Don't need this. We need endpoint, but not right now. Dirty coder. I am a dirty coder. We're going to be using the OAuth 2 config to capture our values. Yeah, we could almost just unmarshal it right into it. I mean, let's look at that later. I don't need context background though. That's going to go up here actually. Set provider. That will fail. That's fatal code if it doesn't continue. This is just very shell scripty of me to do this. Yep. So here we have red types, all that. And then we need to grab the URL off the provider. So then we could say URL equals provider dot token URL. And then, I mean, we could use it directly, but that's fine. I think it's cool about that is that I don't have to like plop stuff in there, you know. Create the request, and then we just need to make a new request. Standard stuff. HTTP.new request. We're going to use post, so we're not dumping our username and password on a query string, which is horrible. Wait, what? Oh, we don't need any of that. Okay, so we could just do new request URL. Actually, no, we could just do new request post. URL. Writer token URL. And then strings new reader params dot encode. And if error equals nil thing, I don't have my fast track macros on for some reason. Error there. All right, and then X4L, yes. I forgot about this. Header.set. This has all got direct equivalence to curl. That's why I did it in curl first. We're sending a post request because it's safer than a query string. If you do it with a query string, you're doing it wrong. It's insecure, especially this grant type equals password stuff. Header set const type. This is all encoded in the body and would never show up in somebody's web browser while they're streaming. So that's why people don't like this type, so it's been deprecated. Make the request. Yep. All right. So actually, we don't need the default client anymore. We can do provider. The provider has a client, and I just have to remember how to get to it. Wait. Yeah. There it is. Client. Is that private? Please tell me that's not private. It is. I can't get to it. I don't think I can get to it. This is, please tell me it exposes it. Okay, so there's the endpoint, so it exposes it. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? It doesn't expose the client, the internal client. That just means they're going to have to authenticate differently. I mean, yeah. Damn it. Okay, so this whole thing up here, sub provider, we have to say, well, again, this is quick and dirty. Quick and dirty. All right, HTTP client. So set the client provider. I should probably do the default HTTP client. But I think that might affect everything else if I do that, and I don't, that's probably unwise. Okay, so as kind of dirty about, oh well. This is just a quick thing, quick test POC. So we'll go back and clean it when it gets implemented at work. So provider dot, actually we don't even need that anymore. Because we can't get to the client and provide. I could make a provider that embeds the other provider that also knows its client and exposes it. Would that be too hard to unpack? Probably. Because really the HTTP client that we want, there's one client that's got TLS enabled and the other one doesn't. That's it. So we probably want to reuse that. So it's kind of an idiom I want to continue to use anyway. So actually we could just do this. We could say client dot do rec. Response if error is equal nil. That's probably gonna croak on me. I'll go look this stuff up later. I know it's bothering me. Grant password auth token. And this is gonna return an auth token. OIDC, no wait, OAuth2.token. How's it going, Elifaz? There's a better way to run programming technology. Go check out the boost. Someone give him the boost URL. Please. I'm doing co-working right now, but if you want to ask me that question again in 5 minutes, I can answer you a little bit better. Otherwise, you can go read the boost. I made it for beginners. Making it, I should say. This is not compiled because this error is going to, of course, override this other one. This is like a weird thing with error shadowing. I actually finally do wish they had better error handling to go. I hope they do. It's a long shot. Thank you, Mr. Shirley. Music break in 4 or 5 minutes. We should get our request done by then, though. Basically, we're writing a curl request using Go instead. Down here, let's say token error equals grant username, user comma pass. So exit this one. Bye. Cutie.
Eat the salsa.
Okay.
What?
Cutie. You look executive.
I look dressed down.
Yeah, you're not dressed down. You're dressed up. What would you want them to change about the errors? I would, what they everybody. I don't know. Something else. Having to write if error equals nil every time. I don't like it. I used to like it, and now I'm starting to wear on me. I understand why it exists. I support why it exists. I think you should be forced to deal with the error rather than defer an exception trap 10 pages down. But it's kind of wearing on me. They'll say it's because I'm using Vim and I should use a better editor. That's what they'll say. But this is a place where AI and tab completion and all that jazz that people like would work, because anytime I did a token error like that, if I went to the next line of my Vim was smart enough to look at it and do AI inspection of the previous line and go, oh, you really want an error thing here? And I'm like, yeah, please. I do not like Russ. Oh, it's question mark thing? Oh, I don't know if that would be it, but yeah. I'm open to options, to advice. Yes. What is you want one advice? What is your one advice? Hey Rob, what is a better way to learn a programming technology? There's no better way to learn a programming technology other than to write it. I have a Vim macro. I have that already. It's just not in this development container. So it's not helping me right now. I actually verified that yesterday. Yeah, I do. I have one. In fact, my fingers keep pushing it and it's not there. And it's making me mad. This is what happens when you make a development container. You better make sure you put all your favorite stuff in there. So, yeah. Up boppity bop a wop bam boom. Log.printf. Don't you dare FMT print that. It'll go to standard out. Do a log. Plus some people can redirect it. All right. So the token. We're going to print the token for grins and giggles. Right now, token's got lots of stuff in it. It's going to be more than it's going to. We have to parse it out and stuff. So, we need a new token. So token equals. You know what? I think we could probably. Marshal this. I think we can. I think we can unmarshal it straight in. Yeah, this is what I mean by that. So, you see this? Access underscore token is already set. Token type is already set. Refresh token is already set. Expiry 0. Yep, it's already there. It's all there. Yeah, that'll work. That'll definitely work. Extra type with extra token represents currency authorized backend. Set author extra keys. Yep. There's really nothing else though. Should not access fields of the token directly. They are exported mostly for use related package to implement and arrive at OAuth was. Well, I'm going to, so there. Yep. All right. So, yeah, we can just unmarshal right into that thing. We should be able to unmarshal the response right into there. No. If you really want to know the answer to that question, what do I think about how to learn a different programming technology? Watch day 0 and day 1 of the beginner boost. That's my answer. I've already answered that question more than 100 times. So if you don't want to hear the answer because you're too lazy to go actually get the answer, then I don't want to talk to you. Because you're just another one of the intellectually lazy people that doesn't want to actually spend more than 5 minutes on an answer. And by the way, you're totally doomed to mediocrity. So you might as well not go into technology. I know that's harsh to say it, but seriously, you're like, no, I just want an easy answer. People pushing back. I told you, I've spent a bigger portion of my life dedicating my own money and time to make the beginner boost. And so if you don't have time to go there and read that, why I think that that's the possible answer, because it's too much information, I'm done talking to you. All right. So, it's more than just an answer. Like, there's no easy answer. How do I learn programming technologies better? Read a book. No, that's not it. Write code. It's more than that, right? There's more things to it. Yeah. It's just total. The first thing you need to do is change your mindset. Okay, I'm done. We're supposed to be taking a break right now. Let me just print this out and then we'll take our break. And we can fight about that stuff. So we don't have to bother the YouTubers that are watching. They're like, oh my God, thank you. We're just going to print the response for now. For fun, we're going to return a nil and what else? And a nil. Or return 2 nils, sir. Because I just want to get this thing to print right now. Yep. Yeah, you have to discover what kind of learner you are and a bunch of stuff, and those are all topics that I explain in the boost. So that's why I'm done talking. All right, so go run main go. That was expected. Token URL undefined. Oh, it's endpoints. It's endpoints, yeah. It has an accessor. That should work. Oh, it does have it. I swear to God. I swear to God. You don't believe me, do you? Okay, where is it? Let me go find it. New provider. HTTP client. Yeah. The boost might waste your time, so it just depends on what kind of learner you are. But we talk about that on the first day. And there's no quick and easy answers to things. Get used to that. What programming language should I learn? It's one of the most complicated questions that anyone could ever ask. You should learn Rust. By the way, the people that give you short and simple answers are wrong. Because they haven't asked you what you want to learn a programming language for. And if they just have a quick and dirty answer for you, they're answering it out of ego and not out of need to help you. There. It looked like it was an accessor, did it not? Let me try again. Oh, I have to dereference it. I probably have to dereference it. Maybe not, though. OIDC provider. OIDC provider has... Where is it? I looked it up. I'm just not paying attention because I'm distracted. Oh, it's an OAuth 2 endpoint. Oh, okay. It is. It's an OAuth 2 endpoint. An OAuth 2 endpoint, which has got the token URL capital T. Wait. Oh, I see. It's endpoint. It's not endpoints. Endpoint is an OAuth, and then you have to go. Okay. Yes, sir. All right, let's go get that. Endpoint, not token URL. That should work. Internal problem. Line 86. return nil error. Password. Booyah. There's my response. Yes, sir. Keycloak locale. Why does it have a cookie set? That's kind of interesting. All right, so we're good to go. It looks like it was a successful return, but it did give me the data because I didn't have the root CA. I don't know that though. We're gonna find out. All right, so then we need to parse the response into a thing. Oh wait. We need to defer to closing the body. Yes. Sorry about that. I should always do that right away. You should always do that right away so you don't forget. Defer. So you're not leaking stuff. Close the body. We can do auth denied or errors and all that. Let's do that. Let's handle all those. Switch response.status code. Case 200. Case 403. You could actually do an add thing here. I've done this before where you can check the range because technically this is, you know, return nil, comma. Yep. All right. Return. From server. Alrighty, that's all there. What else? Oh, we need to read the body. We need to read the body and get the token. So this stuff is pretty standard. I'm gonna probably unmarshal this, but let's just dump the body first. First of all, let's just dump the body. Dump the bodies. And the question I have is if it's more than one token. I think it actually does return more than one token. Yeah. Yeah, we're supposed to loop through all the tokens and find the one that matches. Yeah. You know what I don't like about this is that it doesn't get everything that we need. You know, the OAuth 2 library is shit. The Go OAuth 2 library, I'm sorry, I have to say it again. It is, though. Because its token struct does not support, it has all this stuff set up for extra, right? But that makes it completely impossible for us to unmarshal it. So we lose data. We actually lose data. I'm going to show you. So I'm going to show you what I mean because, you know, saying something shit, I should probably justify that. So let's not print the response out. Let's go ahead and grab the body. So I'm going to show you all the fields that we're dropping on the table that are standard part of the OAuth flow that, and I suspect this is because OAuth tries to be all things to all people, except for when it doesn't. And that bias is what's causing the problems for me. Yeah, they should have just made it like a map string, whatever, and then mapped some of the other ones and made him give him an accessors. That's the way they should have designed that class, or that struct. That's the way they should have done it. So, not to mention the fact that that would allow us to lock it too if we would use this. Well, we don't want to do that though. Buff error. I.read all. If you're using IOUtil for this, you're doing it wrong. It's deprecated. Don't do it. A lot of people don't know that. If you're using IOUtil for anything whatsoever, stop today. And go read why. Return nil. I mean, this should be more robustly put in its own errors library or package or something or file. Do 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 do. All right. Yeah, I'm not gonna unmarshal. We're just gonna dump it. Yep. I could probably log it, so it works. I'm so glad I set up my own Keycloak. Boom! There we go. There she blows. It's exactly what we want. All that binary data. Yeah. That's got to be a single field. Oh no. Let's cast it to a string first. Yeah, that's the only reason that's not readable. Yeah, that's a byte. That's a byte slice. That was my bad. Oh, what? 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 What the hell did I do? That's what we want to know, Rob. I'm just going too fast. I should probably write a test code for this. It doesn't matter that much. Oh, there we go. Much better, huh? Now, here's the part where I get to complain. Internal prompt. Username, password. I mean, I'm trying to make it so I can do this faster. Yeah, I don't want to type it every time. You know what I can do? I can do this. Sue me. Hey, look, my password's hard-coded into the source code on the middle of a live stream because I'm a boss. God damn it. Oh, now we can do this. JQ. Wait. Oh, God damn it. Oh, I logged it. I just... Oh, God. Okay, let's do print. No. What am I doing? FMT. Is it lunchtime yet? Can I drink wine yet? I'm suffering from success over here. There we go. Yay. You remember that? Okay. You remember me all that complaining I was doing? Hey, look at the scope. OpenID, profile, and email. Yep. Session state, not before policy. There's the ID token. Token type bearer. Refresh token. Refreshes and expires in. Where's my access token? Come on, baby. There you are. There's my access token. See that? Isn't that pretty? Isn't that pretty? All right. So -R for raw. Boom. Oh, this is that stupid problem we had before. Yeah. Which I already took care of here by splitting that thing up. Here's the thing right here. Parse access token jet. Jot. Yeah. Yeah. I can write some Go code for that, but I really don't need it. What I was trying to show is that this is what we want. But let me complain some more, okay? Here's my complaint. My complaint is obviously... Actually, let's run this to keys. All right, there's our keys, right? See that? So we have access token, expires in, ID token, not policy before, refreshes, blah, 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 scope, session state, and token type, right? All of that, all of it. Session state probably not necessary, but the rest of this stuff can be directly written to the kubeconfig. Yeah. I don't think I have one over here, but let me show you what I mean. So that can all be written directly to kubeconfig under provider section. Do I not have one? Don't worry, I'm not giving up any secrets about my Kubernetes cluster here because I don't do certs anyway, and I've been using minikube, so you know I'm not giving anything away. So here's all our context, right? This is all updated. There's my certificate authority data. Oh my god. This is probably enough for me to authenticate all by itself, right? We'll go down and see there's a provider section. No, this is actually right here. This is this stuff. Okay, so this is where our users are, right? So these are direct users. These guys can come in because their client cert data is provided directly, right? And that's doing the OAuth client cert stuff, which is totally different than the one that we want to do. So I can actually add providers. Let me go read the format for this. There's a subsection called providers, and kubeconfig is unnecessarily complex. Yes, I agree. It's also not documented at all. Prove me wrong. Fight me. If anybody can find actual documentation from the Kubernetes project about each possible valid field in the kubeconfig file, I will send you $20. I'm not even kidding. It does not exist. You can go through every... And then it's just as soon as you think you figured it out, you'll run across something that deals with the field differently, such as, oh, I don't know, kube proxy that's like forwarding the dashboard requests. And it'll add some random new shit that's not documented in any of the other source codes. because there's no agreement about what should be in there, and there's no centralized management of that specification for what should be in the kubeconfig file. And yet it blows away the file if you do any additions or changes to it. I know that because that's what Kind does. Go ask Ben the Elder, who wrote Kind. That has to deal with the kubeconfig. We're gonna actually cut apart the Kind source code. I'm going to show you a trick I learned from the Kind source code, which does modify the kubeconfig file in order for Kind to work. Minikube does the same thing. Minikube pulls the file apart, but it does it in a way that's even more destructive and doesn't keep the leftover stuff there. Kind does. Dude, it's a total shit show. The management of the kubeconfig file is a total Kubernetes shit show. This is what causes people to maintain their own cache files and stuff like that, because they don't want to touch the kubeconfig file because they just don't trust it. So anyway, all right, so thankfully, though, that only returned 1 token and not 2. Or did it? Let me try that again. Is this an array? If automatic literal line 3. Oh, wait. This is the old one. No, it's a single... It's a single type. Parser, line 3, column 0. What the hell? What does it mean, invalid numeric array? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, wait. We have a nil on the end. Yeah, I'm dumping something I shouldn't be. Thank you for the sub there, Michael. 3,000 lines for all the clusters you have? Oh my god. God help you if like they change the configuration format for one of those cluster types. I'm telling you, that is like one of the worst design parts of the Kubernetes project. And yet it's so oh wow, Michael. Damn. Giving away the gifted subs like that. My god. Gosh, thank you very much. Anyway, safe to say he's not on the kubectl project. Otherwise he'd be pissed off. Anyway, here we go. So we are dumping stuff. You know what? We can proceed to do. I'm doing the minimum because I just want to get my curl to work, basically. So this is actually really, really good news. But I also want to complain about the fact that, let me just finish my complaint. So here we're printing out the token, right? And frankly, you know what? Let's just return the token. Let's do the right thing, and I'll come back in with my complaints later. All right. So let's, rather than printing it out here as we're doing, let's let's actually go ahead and return it and stuff. Yeah, let's return. Wait, is that a string or an OIDC thing? Why are we returning an OAuth 2 token? No, I'm not doing that. You know what? I'm not doing that. I'm going to return a map string interface and a map string any and let them marshal it however they want. Oh, that was very nice. We love Chris. I need to get over there on his Minecraft server. He said I could join. Yeah, I have to do that this weekend. I will have to do this weekend. All right, so here we have OAuth 2 type token. I guess I'm going to have to complain about it right now. So you get the complaint right now. The OAuth 2 token struct has room for marshals the access token. It marshals the token type. Let me just put this into context, okay? So if I go back over here and podman attach exec what are we doing? We're execing on klogin bash, so I have a bash login. Okay, so what? Wait, where isn't it there? Oh, I forgot the IT part. All right, so we have a login there. And so here we are, we're logged in, right? And let's do that command I just did. Go run, may not go. I mean, I can compile, but I don't need to. And pipe it up to JQ, right? And then we just want the keys. Oh my God. What did I break? I broke something. Oh God, Rob. I broke something. I did. I broke it. I've fallen and I can't get up. Not enough return values. Main 109. I broke something and I'm unbreaking it. Unbreak my heart. 1980 song. All right, here we go. This I promise will work. All right, so there we go. There's the keys, right? Now, I shall submit to the court. I've been watching Daredevil. I'm on the last season. So I shall submit to the court that is not enough, right? So access token gets unmarshaled, right? But look at all this stuff that gets dropped on the floor. And I don't know that it matters. Token type gets unmarshaled, okay. Wait, what? Why are there two token types? Oh my God, I found a bug. I found a bug. Like a legit bug. Oh, never mind. It was just my browser. I mean, my VM. Whew. Oh my God, that was scaring me. Okay, refresh token. Refresh token, obviously you need the refresh token, right? I mean, if the refresh token were there, it wouldn't work. Expiry is expiry. Guess what? There is no expiry. You know why? Because this is an ancient, stupid ass OAuth leftover that doesn't exist anymore. Yes. So that nobody uses it anymore. They use expires in, and they use not before policy and refresh expires in. These are the modern replacements for this expiration time, right? So what does the OAuth 2 project do? They punt and they say, well, we'll just make it so you can add extra fields. Well, those extra fields don't get unmarshaled. Raw interface. So this is what you get with extra, right? Now, this would all be fine. This would all be totally fine if the OAuth 2 package, in fact, they even say it here. They say most users of this package should get the fuck away from it and never use it because the tokens should not be used directly. They're exported mostly from OAuth 2 flows, and those other OAuth 2 flows, they know to like add whatever the hell they want to the thing. But look at the base type of the struct. The base type is this is, in other words, don't use OAuth.token because it's going to drop modern, valuable, essential OIDC fields on the table, on the floor, on the cutting floor, and it's just going to leave them there to rot. Why would I throw away all that bonus information just because I want to use their stupid ass struct and create a dependency on the OAuth 2 library? I don't. And I can justify that all day. That's what I'm doing right now. This is ancient. This is not even supported anymore. So in some systems, it's always a refresh expires. And this is just, I'm just trying to make the point. Drop them in mapstring any. Yeah. So, and by the way, these are people that spend more time making sure the endpoints from Facebook, Google, and Instagram and TikTok are updated than actually updating their structs to represent the current specification for OAuth 2. If that doesn't give you chills and make you want to step the fuck away from the OAuth 2 Go library, official Go library, I don't know what will. There, end of rant. Probably time for me to take a break. I don't want anything to do with the OAuth 2 library at all. I don't want anything to do with it. It is a piece of shit, and I've demonstrated that at least 3 times now. with facts, and I don't want anything to do with it. I don't. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible code, and yet the entire OAuth 2 world uses this. Look, the only time it probably works well, and the reason nobody's scream bloody murder is because it just works, and they don't care. They don't look under the hood to see why it's not working or why it is. What about Okta? Okta's using all this stuff too underneath the hood. We're not using Okta. Okta's a provider. We don't need. Does Okta have a library? If Okta has a library, see, the problem with using another library is I got to go through FOSS maintenance. This OAuth 2 thing is already approved for use inside of an enterprise because it's standard and it's official, even though it's fucking broken. Doesn't matter. It passes FOSS, right? If I pull in another package, I'm going to not pass a FOSS compliance audit. So we would have to, anytime you add an extra dependency. So in this case, my solution, I'm sorry, I got mad about this at the end of the day yesterday too. I'm you know, look, I went into this trying to do the right thing, and it turns out that not using it was always the right thing in this case. Now, using OIDC is the right thing to do, and I wasn't doing that before because then I can discover the token URL and all that other jazz. That needed to be added. But switching over to use OAuth 2 as the pack in terms of the pack, not the flows, but the package, that's a mistake in my mind. That is a huge mistake, and I have verified that with my peer who's doing this kind of thing, and I'm like, hell no, we're not doing that. And so I'm going to put some very good the problem with this is I'm going to have to put some very illuminating comments in the source code that says the reason we're not using OAuth2.token is because it drops the following on the floor unnecessarily that is useful information that could have been in there. And I'm going to have to like throw OAuth2 under the bus in the comments so that the other developers, when they come to this code, they'll be like, why aren't you using OAuth2? Number one, it doesn't have support for grant type equals password, deprecated or not. It's still part of the standard. Number two, it throws a bunch of shit on the floor that we could have passed, and it didn't necessarily need to do that just because we wanted to do unmarshalling into their token type. So I have to document that. The reason I'm ranting about this in part is because I need to articulate the argument against using OAuth 2 into one or two comment lines that are going to go into my final source code in production. Because I don't want to use it. And they're like, why the hell are you not using the official OAuth 2 library? I said, because it sucks. They're going to say, what do you mean it sucks? I don't know. Do you want to embed Facebook endpoints in our production enterprise code? I need to put that in there. I gotta store that one. I gotta put that one away. So this is an imaginary argument I'm going to have with some lesser engineer who doesn't know all of this, and they're going to come at me and they're going to say, why are you not using the official OAuth? I was like, I don't know. Do you want to put... I don't even know if it's an official library, to tell you the truth. I'm not so sure it is, actually, even. Oh, it is. It's experimental. That's why it hasn't ever landed it in the main. But so is crypto library. It's not... That just means it's extension. Yeah. I mean, you could make the argument that stuff is not needed or whatever the fuck. But, I mean, why do you even need that token? That's what I want to know. I don't even know why you... What would I do with it later? What am I getting by putting it into an OAuth token as opposed to just a map string any? You know what I'm saying? If I do a map string any, I can like unmarshal that shit all day and do whatever I want. But if I have an OAuth 2 token... This is where the Node people usually start to chime in because Java, let's just be real. JavaScript and JSON handles JSON better than anything at all. In fact, all JSON is already, they're already objects, and it's just absolutely beautiful when working with it. But Go really struggles because it has to unmarshal it all and stuff. I mean, and this way, in order to access the map string JSON, I couldn't access the individual tokens. I have to make accesses, which is bullshit, like Java. Or I'd have to like do, I can't use data notation. I can't interchange data notation and bracketed notation for your data, your associative arrays or whatever you want to call them. So access token is a token that authorizes the authenticates requests. JSON access token type is type of token, type method returns either this or bearer. Refresh token is a token that is used as, I know what it is. There is no such thing as expiry. You know what? I bet that their library that uses this actually translates the refresh expires in and all that stuff into an expiry field. I'm betting that's what's happening. But you can't. It's just a time. Oh my God, this is even worse. This means it's trying to unmarshal an actual time, which means that it requires the time to be in a specific format. Oh, that's even worse. That's even worse. Right there, that is like overwhelming justification to not use it. So, like, let me show you. If I, let's do JQ. Is JQ or YQ? JQ, yeah. Duh. If this is not an ISO date timestamp, then the unmarshaling won't work. Period, because it has to be in time.time format, and this is not a pointer, so it has to be in time.time format, or it won't be unmarshaled. So the chances of that being the true is not probably good. I'm actually going to check, because I'm like, if they were going to calculate the expiry, which we actually don't have. We have expires in, right? So, but none of these are all going to be 300. Yeah, see that? No, none of these are date stamps at all. So we cannot unmarshal it. We can't. It's physically impossible to get the expiration time without unmarshaling it to simply something simpler, and then yeah. I'm trying to decide whether we should just do a map string interface. I think we probably should just do a map string interface. Map string any or whatever. Because then if they change the OIDC spec, this code still works. It doesn't break. It expires in and expires not before. That stuff is not in a date format. So we can't even unmarshal it, period. That end of conversation. I don't even know why we're arguing about this. You're not arguing about this. I know I am. I'm arguing with myself. There's no. The only reason I had to go through all of this in my brain is that when someone says, "Why didn't you use the OAuth token struct?" I'm like, "Have you looked at it?" So fuck OAuth 2. That's the takeaway. We're gonna do map string any, which is already passed by ref, so we don't need to dereference that at all. Yeah, and so yeah. Trying to decide how to do this. This might be a case for a named parameter, return parameter. Why do I have macros on? Like, I hit Q on accident. Okay, so this might be a name parameter type, because then it would initialize one. Yeah, it would initialize one, and then we could populate it. Yeah. Grant password auth token. So yeah, we don't even need the token. We can say grant password auth. And that would be this. This would be the response. Hell, I could just hand off the response itself without parsing it into anything. Yeah. No, I need to parse it into something. We're not using OAuth tokens. OAuth tokens can bite me. Yep, this goes away. Return. Yeah. I mean, I could just unmarshal. Yeah, let's just do map string. Yep, map string any. Let's tell it what it is, though. Let's say that it is a RESP. No. What are we going to make it? What should we call it? I mean, what the hell is this thing? It's a token. It is a token. Let's call it a token. Token. And then error. It's going to screw stuff up, but it's fine. Yeah. Something's going to choke at me now. The cool thing is with this is I can actually just unmarshal it right into token. I mean, could I? Maybe I should do. See, I in my code, I actually have a struct that directly matches the token that's given with all the fields. Oh shit! You're like clipping me. God bless you. God bless you. Token. A token is a. I'm trying to decide whether we want to return an empty map string any or we want to return a pointer and then dereference the pointer. Both of them are valid. So actually we can make a type here. Yeah. We could call it a token session. Hell, I could just call it a token. We could call it a password auth token. It's really a password auth token response. I don't know what to do with this. Simple, simple, simple. Map string any. This is not going to make me one though. No, I need that. I'm trying to decide whether I should use make or not. Probably not. See, if I do this, then this is just, it's going to throw, it's going to create a reference that's going to drop on the floor. Otherwise, it's not going to create it, and I have to return something. Otherwise, I have to return a nil to it. I don't know what the best thing to do here is. We can always return a thing that can be used, but it'll be empty. Or we can return nothing. The validation of the fields from the caller is going to have to check every field, key field, if I don't do it with a nil. So blowing up from a nil is actually better. So I'm going to make this a... But I want to be able to describe what it is, so I'm going to make it a type. I'm going to make it a token type. Auth token. Any is the shortcut for interface in 1.19 and above, or 20. Now the thing with that is that I can now put a, I can say it says pointer to a map string interface. It doesn't look as weird. That looks, that's easier to read, right? And so by default, that's going to be nil. So returning nil will work. Okay, let's do that. And then read the buffer, and then we have to parse the buffer, right? So we're going to say token equals an instance of map string any, and then we're going to unmarshal into it. So it's just on unmarshal. I have to look it up every time though. There we go. So we can say error JSON unmarshal Will and Holly on a routine expedition on the greatest earthquake ever known. I always sing it. I can't stop. In the land. I'm going to get demonetized demonetized. Of the lost, the land of the lost. All right. If we get this far, then happy day. 1, 2, 3 o'clock. He knew it was coming. Like, please stop. Please stop. My brain is filled with so much random stuff. So is yours. Damn, those are some good dance icons. I'm really jealous of your dance icons, your dance emotes. Those are some high-end emotes. Yeah, bro, those are fantastic. Okay. Token equals map string any. If it equals blah, 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 a Marshall. I can't say the word Marshall without saying it. I actually had a kid that I used to mentor. Kid, meaning he's probably 20 something now. And his name was Marshall. Every time I saw him, I was like, oh, that song would come in my head. With the slee stacks and gold chain wearing paleontologists. Because they're in the 70s. Database. Oh, I love database. That's from database? Those are database things? Oh, that is. That's what's his face. Yeah, that's her and him. Yeah, dude, they know how to do the Twitch thing, man. They really do. They know how to put on a good show. Database knows how to put on a good show for sure. Yeah, they do. They're so theatrical. I really love them. They talk a little bit too much. Sometimes I just want to hear the music. Says me. So, anyway, what am I doing? I forgot what I was doing. What else is new? What else is new? Wait. Rant type equals password. Uh-oh. I changed the names because I'm an idiot. Password auth. Uh-oh. Cannot use token messaging of auth and verify return. Oh, yeah. I have to dereference it. Of course I do. Return token. No, we'll just take a ref to that token there. Wait. Token. Unmarshal takes a ref, yeah? Yeah, okay, good. Good. I think we got this. No, we don't. Oh, damn. I did too much on marshalling. 17. This must have to be the actual. Oh, wait. Does this have to be the actual thing or this is the ref, yeah? Oh, I can never remember. This down here could be this. It's the marshal that is the other one. Real-time messaging result token value and return statement. Oh, so obvious. Rob, I'm not thinking. Of course we do. God, that's the whole point of doing it that way. A new auth token. Valid numeric literal online. at that. Yup. Okay, so now we can dump that thing. Dump that thing. Dump that thing. We got a token here. We're printing the token. But it's now a token. You know what? Should we turn our token into a JSON object? This is why I made a custom type. Here's a cool thing in Go you can do. Yep. Yeah. We could say this. We could say, funk soul brother, check it out now. Funk soul brother. You just have to implement the stringer interface. I'm kind of sweaty. Sorry. Probably time for me to take a break. So we're going to implement a string interface, and it has to just return a string. And we can use it as string so we don't get this ugly crap. And then we can do this. We can say we need to convert it to a string. So it's already JSONed. Now there's a number of things I could do. I could just generically take it into a JSON thing. So I could say, let's do JSON.Marshall. Unmarshall. No, JSON Marshall. What does this return? I forget. Byte error, yeah. Byte error. JSON Marshall T. Return. If error, still return that. Actually, no, we can return null. That's a valid JSON type. Did you know that? Let's do that. I think a rune letter on line 82. Oh. Otherwise, return string of bytes. Now this should be better. Yep, now it's JSON. That's all I have to do. If you want to take a struct of some kind and convert it into JSON, you just marshal into JSON and return it. Make sure you don't forget your null though. Not Emacs Vim. And so then with Emacs, so then we can JQ this and we get the nice pretty stuff that we wanted before. Get our keys. We can get our access token. And I'll put a quote around it. Let's do it in raw mode. And there it is. So this is now ready to populate into a whatever we want, really. Right? So let's just pipe that to more. Oh wait, it detected the interactive thing and shut it down. I like JQ because of the color. Let's I mean, what is zoom? I think that's kill. I can't remember my zoom. How do you zoom? I forgot how to zoom in Gmux. I cannot believe I'm having like a total brain fart. Zoom. It's in the help. I could probably just go get it in the help. Why am I having a problem remembering this? Oh, wait, X kills it. It's not Z. Okay, it was Z. I was right. It's Z. It's X that kills it. That's my own customization. Okay, so, wow. Who knew that I would remember it? There you go. There's all the beautiful, wonderful data coming out of a GO request to a Keycloak, HTTPS enabled OIDC provider, and all of the wonderful, beautiful stuff that needs to go into my kubeconfig, which is going to be the next thing we do. I mean, it's 2 o'clock. We're going to take a break here for probably 5-10 minutes. If you have questions, let me know. There's a happy little tree. Rob Ross. We got our scope here, and we're going to see how much of this stuff we can actually dump in the kubeconfig file and still have it work. We're actually on to another fun thing to do today, which falls under, actually it's not Friday, is it? It's Thursday. Earlier today, I was thinking it was Friday. It's not. Friday is the day that we can spend doing our educational kind of stuff. This is stuff that needs to be done for work. So I'm quite confident that we are done though. So the remaining task, and we'll do this after the break, will be to get this information into the kubeconfig file in a way that will be usable by a minikube or any Kubernetes cluster at all. Unfortunately, that is going to require my setting up a minikube to use OIDC enabled authentication flow, which I have partially set up for minikube on this machine, but I haven't done it. And then technically I need to be able to put that in a script and do that anytime, because minikube to me is useless for writing klogin and different things like that unless I have that authentication flow enabled. And I went to great lengths to set up a root CA here locally in the lab to do the signing and everything so that these queries work. I also find it interesting that we did not, I don't know if you noticed this, but we currently, I don't think we have, let's check. Wait, what's going on? You still there? What's happening? I've locked myself. Oh, I'm in TMUX. Duh. Okay. So we don't have a root CA in the chain, and yet we're still fine. You know why? Watch, I'm going to show you. So that code is actually silently working in a great way. User local share CA certs. There's no cert there. Yeah. You're like, why does that matter, Rob? Because, and we did this yesterday, but I just want to remind everybody that the authentication, we have this thing called set client provider, right? What that does is takes care of all the hassles of whether we have a root CA or not, right? So I'm authenticating against a root CA Keycloak that would not work if that were not there. Let me prove it. So if I do this, if I get rid of these, right? Let's get rid of the trying to get a new one thing. Oops, I'm writing shelves comments. I'm lame. Okay, so let's do this one. Okay, so this will fail if there's no CA. If it can't, what I'm going to prove it. If this doesn't work, then I'm going to be very confused. This should fail big time. Yep, there we go. Like a boss. Okay, so that is exactly what we want. It can't get, this is my Keycloak. Oh my God, look how pretty it is. Get HTTP home. By the way, where did it get that URL? It went to the well-known thing and interrogated it when I created a new OIDC provider. Yeah, I didn't even have to memorize the URL, which is really great. And then it says, okay, TLS failed to verify certificate X509 certificate signed by unknown authority, right? Because the cert that is driving Keycloak, which I spent 2 days setting up, is my own custom root CA. It's actually an intermediate, right? And in fact, if you go back a couple of days and see, but I'm just going to regroup for you. So you see how I can access this Keycloak server here, and you see how it's secured here? You see how it's secured? It's like, look where it's coming from. Yep. Look where it is coming from. In fact, you can go look at the cert. The certificate is one that I made called home.rbx.gg. I didn't do some of the other stuff. This is an ICA. So this is an intermediate cert that's doing this that I put in here. There's also a root cert that this is signed by. This is signed by an issuer. And there's a alternative name. We set all this up a couple of days back. But the reason we did that is we wanted to force a test environment where OIDC authentication from Go against a root CA provided website would fail. Would fail if the keys are not there. And that's exactly what we have. Now I can fix this. Watch. If I there's two ways for me to fix this. One of them is to turn on the intelligent sensing of the failed initial attempt and then try it again with the embedded root CA. So I embedded the root CA inside my application. Probably not a good idea, but you can do that. I mean, and as my coworker said, if they don't have root CA on their host client or their server doing this stuff, they got bigger problems, right? Let me show you why. Because that's not going to work, right? But you can, if I want to fix that, if I were to pretend like I'm a user who hasn't properly configured their container or their thing or whatever, then you need to copy that shared cert, which is in the host OS. So we're going to copy a CRT. We're going to copy the root CA. We can either copy the root CA, or I think we can actually copy the intermediate CA. You know what? Let's try the interim CA. I wonder if that will work. I don't know. Let's try. I haven't tried that yet. Let's copy the interim CA to user local share CA certificates. That's just the local password. And then sudo CA. What is it? Certificate. I can't remember what one it is. It's like a CA update thing. Oh man, I don't think I have it over here. Where is it? There it is. Sudo update CA certificates, and then this is going to fix the problem, right? So now when I run that exact same Go code, it should work. See? That worked. Because I put the intermediate CA inside for the entire system, in this case the container, the Klogin container. So now it knows about the cert and it doesn't have to do this. Even though I disabled the provide own CA, embedded CA validation. And by the way, that's the final version of this that we want. Skill set, go read it. Okay, so we're going to go on a break now and answer some questions and listen to some music. I'll be right back. All right, the break, we're back. Welcome back to our YouTubers in the VOD, if you're here. What are we going to do now? We are going to write the code into a YAML file. Well, first of all, we need to have a YAML file. And currently, we don't have that. Currently, we do not have that. Now, this is where things get a little bit interesting because the development container I've been using is a container, and therefore I can't run minikube inside the container. I probably could, but I'd really have to twist its arm. So how do we, do that? Well, the first thing we're going to do, and I have a feeling this is what we're going to spend the next hour doing. I've been trying to push this up, but we really need to do it. We need to set up minikube to use OIDC Connect authentication. That is going to be the goal for the rest of the next hour, at least the next 41 minutes, probably longer than that. And I really hope it doesn't take that long. I started doing it thinking I could get away with not doing it, but thankfully I'm already to the point where I need to do it, right? So just a little recap about how Kubernetes does authentication. You can go to the official Kubernetes website and read this. This is actually one of the sites where I suggest use a graphic browser if you've gotten used to a text-based browser. Yeah, that's right. I suggest it. Why? Because if you actually go to get certified, if you actually go to get certified through the CNCF or the Linux Foundation, one of the only websites you can use is this really horrible website for the Kubernetes documentation. Therefore, even though it's much faster to find stuff from the command line, you won't be able to use the command line to do your research when you take a certification exam. If you do, but you will be able to go to kubernetes.io. Another thing you can do is you can actually use one of like 3 or 4 different Git repos, and you can put those down on your system. But there's gonna be somebody watching you, and if they see you using a text-based browser during a certification exam, they're probably gonna say something. So if we were going to come out here to the Kubernetes website and say, hey, I want to do OIDC, and let's see what we find. Authenticating Kubernetes. So again, I'm using a graphic-based browser because I'm simulating what I would do on an exam. Also, the mnemonic value of the graphics
it comes into play when you're talking about potential certifications, because you will remember where things were on the page, etc. Anyway, so here we have authentication strategies. I'm just going to summarize really briefly for authentication, because I want to get on to the coding part. So obviously there's like tons of ways to authenticate a Kubernetes. I'm not even going to talk about all the different ways. We're going to hone in on the OpenIDC Connect. Okay. So this is the primary way to authenticate to a multi-user on-prem Kubernetes cluster. So this is the way to do it. The JWT, or otherwise known as JOT. By the way, my coworker and I decided to never call it a JOT. We decided to call it JWT because we can't say JOT. It's just too horrible. So OpenID Connect is a flavor of OAuth 2 support by some OAuth 2 providers, notably Azure Active Directory, Salesforce, and Google, and Keycloak, which is what we use. The protocol's main extensibility as OAuth 2 is an additional field returned with the access token called an ID token. This token is a JSON web token, JWT, with well-known fields such as user email signed by a server. To identify the user, the authenticator uses the ID token, not the access token. To identify the user, the authenticator uses the ID token. You know what? This is super curious to me. We actually just ran into a problem with the dashboard, which I will reproduce for you once we get this working, where this actually led to doing all of this, is I saved some stuff in the YAML file, or the YAML file for kubeconfig, and we did not store the access token in there. We just stored the ID token, and that works for authenticating against Kubernetes. But if you don't store the access token in there, you can't use the proxy dashboard. But if you actually change ID token to read access token, or you copy and duplicate it, you actually get access to the dashboard, which broke. And we'll get into the dashboard stuff later. That's something that's very key to what I'm doing here. It's actually the catalyst for all this work, all of this update. To identify the user, the authenticator uses the ID underscore token from the OAuth 2 token response as a bearer token. That's a header. If you've done anything with curl, you know what I'm talking about. It even says token type bearer in the stuff, even though the OAuth 2 token thing dropped it on the floor. We have token type bearer, so we have that. Anyway, so for the token ID in the request. So yeah, anyway. So here's how the flow goes. We get a user. Actually, no, this is independent of getting the OIDC stuff, right? Most of the people that do the OIDC stuff are going to set up a website that authenticates the user and then allows them to go into Kubernetes. And if they're going to use the command line, it's going to print their kubectl file, or they can give them a token that they can then go run from their command line tool, and they're going to cut and paste that thing in. We're not doing any of that because we're using grant type password, which gives us that stuff automatically, so we can just have them run one command from the command line. So user, log into IDP, identity provider. In our case, these two steps are mixed. Provide access token, ID token, and refresh token. Yeah, this is the stuff that, again, that stuff is all, we get that in our response, okay? Call kubectl with token being the ID token, or add tokens to kubeconfig. So this step here, right here, where we add the tokens to the kubeconfig, that's what our klogin tool is going to do. In fact, our klogin tool is going to cover all three of those steps in one command. They're going to run klogin. It's going to log him in. It's going to hit Keycloak with grant type equals password, prompt the user for username and password, which is then going to provide response back, which we just have right here, which you just saw. It's going to send back the data, the ID token, refresh token, access, and all that stuff. And then we're going to update the kubeconfig file to have all that data. And then we're just going to call kubectl, which should, here we go, kubectl should then just will then grab that data out of kubeconfig, pass an authorization bearer token into the API server, which has been configured to hear that token. Is JWT signature valid? Yes. So this is where your API server has to actually know about your provider. So we're going to have to tell minikube and Kubernetes what our provider is, so they can go hit the Keycloak on its side and do its providing, which is why we have to customize minikube to do that. And then what? And then has the JWT expire. So it's checking all this stuff on the JIT, on the JOT. User authorized. that user, and then it hits any RBAC rules or stuff that you want to set up on your API server stuff, which I don't think minikube is going to do. We just want to provide access, and then we'll call it a day. In a more fine-grained RBAC enterprise thing, you would actually have groups and stuff assigned to the user and your identity provider that would be in the JWT token that could then be used for RBAC rule application to decide whether they have admin access rights or just plain old, current namespace rights. And it's not an uncommon model for individual users to have their own identifiers, and then to have those identifiers correlate to namespaces, which are the default namespace for them to log in to using kubectl. So then authorize, perform action, return result. And then, do whatever. And then go back to kubectl return result. Okay, so this is what we need to do. All of this stuff here. We need to get minikube to work. So that's what we're going to spend our time doing. The difficulty, of course, by having a development environment for Go and needing to get this data into the kubeconfig file that's then going to authenticate against the minikube is that we now have... we're not on the same system that minikube is running on, right? Minikube cannot run within a container easily. So this is where micro VMs come in. And let me just take a moment to say that it's not one or the other. It's not containers or virtual machines. It's both, right? So what I have been doing, and just let me show you how my plan for this. So HPC 640, as you can go look at this via !lab in my chat. You can go see my air-gapped infrastructure, and this is this right here. It's an HPC 640. It's got a lot of, it's this big-ass computer, refurbished HP with 58 cores and 256 gig of RAM. And I'm firing off all kinds of VMs there using just libvirt right now, which gives you more access to the devices, including the GPU, which micro VMs like you would use a Firecracker do not give you. But then on top of that, I also have Podman running over there, right? So this is kind of like all things to all people, the people being me. And so I have to consider this. Now, what I probably should do to avoid danger is to fire off on VM and then put minikube in the VM. And I'm actually thinking about doing that and then writing the code that does that. And that's where things get interesting, because if I haven't got Firecracker set up, but if I just use libvirt and virsh and write a shell script, I can probably stand up a virtual machine that's running minikube in a script, right? And so then this whole scripted, test platform environment, including the entirely bringing up the Keycloak server itself, which is all right here. That's all you need to run Keycloak, just a podman, right? So what am I talking about? I'm actually kind of thinking about what's the safest infrastructure. The habit I don't want to get into is running anything directly on this host, right? Because that's going to, the base OS, the base host OS, which some people would make really minimal, so you couldn't even do it at all. But the base host OS is designed to be just there and stable and secure and not really, I don't want to break it. That's what I want to say. So right now, actually, the last few days, I've been running minikube directly on that host, right? And minikube fires off its own virtual machine, right? So, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about that. I kind of feel like that's okay because minikube does use KVM as a provider. It's firing off virtual machines and it's tearing them down. So I have an architectural lab decision to make, and that decision is: do I run minikube inside of a VM, or do I accept the fact that the minikube by default is going to use a KVM virtual machine provider, and I'm okay with running minikube on the raw host OS? I tend to think that that running minikube over here is fine, having talked through this now, because if I fire off, I have to write some sort of code to fire off a VM just to put minikube in there, and then tell minikube, hey, use this VM's KVM. Does that make sense? And now you've got VMs inside of VMs, and things can get messy really quick. So. And as long as minikube is playing nice, that's the real question. Is minikube going to play nice all the time and use the KVM provided images? Another disadvantage of that is the storage class. So when you set up minikube, it uses the default storage class, which is the disk of the host system. And the reason I wouldn't want to do that is if I was using minikube to test different storage classes and to experiment. See, actually, this was a real use case I had last year, 2 years ago. I wanted to set up a Kubernetes cluster and fill a persistent volume claim completely. And then I wanted to over allocate persistent volumes and fill the base underlying storage provided for the storage class. And I ran into all kinds of problems with Kubernetes because it doesn't have any concept of storage. It thinks it has unlimited storage, which it actually doesn't. And this was a legitimate problem. Domino was overwriting a storage filling disk and crashing, and there was no way to debug it in Kubernetes because there was nothing to monitor because there were no storage metrics at the time. And I believe that stuff's all been rectified, but the storage class providers have to provide the observability into the storage class metrics as defined by the specification by Kubernetes now, which is so new that nobody's doing it. So I'm kind of reliving this nostalgic horror of mine where I wanted to set up a Kubernetes cluster and blow it up. I wanted to fill up the disk, and obviously I can't do that on this machine. So that's the kind of thing that another way that I could have tested it, I could run minikube on one of these like tiny little endpoints here, these Mac Minis, and then blow up one of those machines and allocate that machine to kill. But the reason I mention it in regard to this is because I could also fire off a virtual machine with finite amount of storage and then use the default storage class, which is going to point to the underlying storage, which in that case is a file because it's a virtual machine. Using file allocation as a disk block storage device allocation as a file on the host, and then it would just fill the file. And as soon as the file was full, I could simulate what would happen if Kubernetes blew up because it had no more storage. And that is a case for putting minikube inside of there. So there are cases going back and forth. Should I put minikube in a VM or should I not? That's the bottom line. Especially if minikube's already using a VM as its provider, right? And I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know what's a safer thing to do, Yeah. If I slice and dice, then what I would have to do is if I sliced up a VM to then put virtual machine that was also going to be backed by KVM, right? And then I put minikube in there, and then I decided I want to have minikube have like one node, have like 5 nodes, and have each node have CPU. Then the base VM that in which minikube is going to be installed would have to have at least as many CPUs and RAM and storage that could be chopped and divided by that. Which makes me think that I don't want to do that. Unless I have a very specific case where I want to test the storage class getting blown up, then I shouldn't care. I should be able to just leverage all the resources of the host OS and then use KVM do its job. And plus, it'll also be easier to set up. So I think I've convinced myself. I'm just going to run minikube on HPC 640. The trick there, however, is going to remain that in order for me to do this testing, either I'm going to have to set up that minikube. I'm going to have to port forward that minikube on that. It's not the same localhost because it won't be containerized. Actually, it might still be able to see it. What I'm wondering is if I can run Keycloak. You know what? I should be able to just access the API of the minikube server and port forward that. And I need to do that anyway if I'm gonna assign a cert for the Kubernetes cluster and be able to get to it reliably every time I go there. I might have to do that. I might have to create a new DNS entry for an internal Kubernetes cluster, and that will bypass all my reverse proxy load balancing DNS and all that jazz. I just use the one, and then that will always get me there. And then I associate it with an IP, and then I assign that IP to the minikubes. What I'm trying to get at is that in an enterprise environment, if I'm simulating an enterprise environment, these development containers are the equivalent of what I would be doing as a developer in an environment where the Kubernetes API server would be pretty much anywhere. So as long as minikube, as long as the API is listening on a LAN IP, then my container should be fine. And since they're all running on the same host anyway, since kubectl, since the Podman start is happening, then they're all technically going to be blocked by localhost on Podman on the thing. But I think that, well, I already know this, right? So because I did it, I'm running Podman and I'm port forwarding. So we don't have to think about, okay, what the bottom line that means that all I need to do is I need to put kubectl on my practice host here and practice having it make query requests of a minikube running on the host OS. That's it. That is really it. So minikube, let's just start up minikube and get it to work using the API and using all the pipes without using OIDC. We should just get that working first. So minikube, I don't even remember the commands for minikube. I can never remember them. I know kind, and then I mix them up all the time. Run a kubectl binary matching the cluster version. What? That's a thing? Print current latest version number. Minikube start. How you doing? You like it, huh? You like Go? Well, I mean, it gets a lot done for you. You know, languages that get stuff done are the ones that I tend to like more. All right, so this is our official minikube window in Tmux. It's about popping up Kubernetes and okay, configure minikube cluster. Default namespace is default. All right, so now in order to authenticate, this is actually already updated our .kubeconfig, so we can actually steal some of the stuff out of that. But we'll come back to that. So back to our Klogin box. Our Klogin box is where we're doing our Go development. It's where we're gonna pretending like this is a developer box, right? So we need to test Klogin, but so it's got to be able to log into a cluster. Well, it doesn't care what cluster as long as the cluster has OIDC auth enabled. So in this machine, we need to install kubectl, which I think is already on here. Yeah, I already installed it. I already pre-installed it. So that's good. I don't know what version it is. This version information is deprecated when replaced with output from kubectl version short. All right, so client version is 1.27. Minikube version is 1.26, which is fine. There's one in between. If you have more than two, it's not supported. Connection to the server localhost 8080 was refused to specify the right port. Why is it connecting to localhost 8080? Did I run minikube over here? Wait, what the hell? This is kind of weird. Why is it connected to localhost 8080? I think I'm realizing something about kubectl. I think kubectl has a default host specification with it. It doesn't have anything else about. Yeah. Also, what I'm wondering is why kubeconfig is not there. Yeah, I'm confused. Kubeconfig. Config. Okay, well, we got to fix this. So, that's interesting. We don't have completion for that. Bad news. I'm going to have to add that. Have a great day. So, damn, we don't have... Do we not have bash completion installed in here? There we go. There's something going on with the bash login. It's something. It's like it's not picking up. It's not picking up. I don't know what's going on. When people first log in, they don't get their bash. They don't get their completion configuration somehow. I don't know why. Hmm. Yeah, I use K for everything. So, how you doing, Charles? I'm going to take a moment and fix something. I know, famous last words. I'm going into my image really quick. So I have this latest here. That's Klogin. This is the one I've been maintaining, kind of a running maintenance of the one that I publish for other people to use. Ansible scaling. Oh damn, that doesn't give me warm fuzzies. You start dash AWS skill stack dash new. Yeah, see that? It doesn't see it. There's some other problem. I don't know what it is. Bash dash L, watch it work now. See, now it works. There's something wrong with the initial login. You know what I think's happening? I think that I honestly don't know. I think that when you log in using start, that it's not running the bash receive file completely. And I can't. We don't have any completion. Watch. ls tab. See? We have that, but we don't have all the extra completion. Yeah. Yeah. It looks like it does run our... It runs the bash RC, but it doesn't do the completion for some reason. So I'm trying to figure that out because this could confuse beginners. Who bash RC if it exists? I don't know what's going on there. That is problematic. It's possible that it's not getting far enough in the bash RC file to get to the completion stuff. That there's like an error that's happening before it gets to the completion stuff. And that is a problem. It's like a quiet problem that we're unaware of. Yeah, I need to figure this out. Sorry, I gotta spend. This is a bit of sidetrack time, but whatever. Smart prompt. That all gets motive. That happens. It might be the keyboard stuff. Maybe the have command's not working. I don't know. We're gonna find out. Aliases tends to work. How you doing? The problem is that a lot of this stuff is actually working because this doesn't have -x in there. I mean -e. So, but for some reason the completion stuff doesn't make it. It doesn't make it to the completion stuff. This right here, it never happens. I'm gonna prove it. Alright, so that time it made it there. Have kubectl. I wonder if the have kubectl is working. I feel like this line is not getting executed. I feel like have is not getting executed. Have kubectl echo yes. Damn. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, get comp words by ref command not found. That makes me think it's not sourcing the normal bash stuff. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And what's a Docker? I always get, oh, look, they're having problems with Docker. Yeah. This is a common problem. Okay, I gotta figure this out. I'm using kubectl from within Docker container running a Mac. This is configure blah. Docker run is an app install y curl kubectl. So best completion is working for me. I tried to reproduce it, but for me it still didn't work. Simply needed to source SC bash completion before or after the source blah. It's supposed to source bash completion by default. For RTL without bash completion pre-installed, install using yum install bash completion, which I've done. Followed by the actual. So apparently, this is just my web browser, my Lynx web browser. Yeah, lots of videos on that. Exclamation point. I don't know what. So for some reason in a container, you actually have to source the file. It doesn't get sourced automatically on login because it's a container. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. This is very interesting to me. As a container-specific thing. And shop OQ pause extend bash completion. Enable program completion features. You don't need to enable this if it's already enabled in etc bash RC. And it's a profile, then etc bash RC, blah, blah, blah. This is what we need, actually. Yeah. So, I'm just going to fix this problem. This is very uniquely a problem with containers. I haven't had that problem before, so I'm going to fix it. Yeah, podman start dash AWS skill stack new. Is that what I named it? What did I name it? God damn it. Oh, that's it. Yeah, all right, so yeah, completion. Yeah. We have to have this for everything, actually. Yeah. If dash F, if we have readable. What's this shops POSIX thing? Oh, it's making sure it's compliant. I mean, I guess that's cool. I don't care about POSIX compliance. Thank you, anonymous user. See if that fixes it. That fixed it. That fixed it, my friends. So what was the Red Hat one? Did we not see that? Yeah, that fixed it. I got to put that in my actual dot files. You know what? I'm just gonna keep fixing this image and go look at the image later because it's the one I work from all the time anyway. So yeah, that took care of it. Nice. Okay, so I should probably, I do want to put the other supported OSs in there though first. Also, that needs to go in the bash.rc file, the etc skel, which I did not do. So we need Ubuntu. And what else do we need? We need what's Red Hat? Red Hat. Wait, what was this search we did? Red Hat. Where was it? Where was the error? We just, yeah. Where's the other place that it might exist? Is the real question. I think it's profile D. I think it's. I mean, we can find out. I really don't care about it right now, but whatever. Fadman run it just for Is Red Hat even a thing? What is Red Hat? What is Red Hat? Red Hat image. I'm trying to run it from. It's probably Quay, whatever. All right, so Scopio, no. No, I want actual Red Hat. Nope. That's their registry, Quasar registry. Container images. There's like too much docs here. I don't need it all. I don't want Nginx. Fedora. Fedora project. Should I use Fedora? Well, now we know. That's as close to the official you're going to get. I'm going to have to yum stuff. What is the yum update? Damn, it takes a long time. Dude, I wonder if it's actually doing the full-blown update, or if it's just getting all the indexes. I think it's probably getting everything. Yeah, I don't know, though. I'm doing this because I want to see where the batch completion is so I can do the batch review so I can move on. We'll be back to our Go code in just a second. Back to setting up minikube. Frankly, I should, well... No, we're not doing any container. Silly. This is like a full-blown upgrade. This is not an update. This is an upgrade. But yeah, yum update is not the same as apt update. Because it's actually trying to upgrade the things. Which I really don't need to do. It upgraded everything. I just did a yum update and it updated the entire OS. Note to self, yum update's not the same as apt update. Yum install bash completion. All right, so now it's got my Red Hats. I should probably get good with doing Fedora. I might have to start running Fedora packages more, or containers more, because they are good to get to know. Etsy profile .d sh.local bash completion.sh. There it is. That's what we wanted, my friends. All right, so I just need to know that location, and now I can put that over here in my other image. Where's my image? Is that it? I don't need you. I don't think I need you. Oh, I know. Home. Yep. I'm going to start making my tmux session on that remote system so that I'm not on this local machine at all. I'm going to start doing that more. Yeah. After the weekend. Podman start -a ws skill stack -new. This is the ongoing image container that I've been running that I'm building images out of and committing them. Why is it taking so long? Why is it taking so long? Did I not do... Wait, what? That was weird. It doesn't seem like it does. It seems like it's missing a lot of stuff, actually. Yeah. For red. Put that in there. I mean, all right, so this bash RC should work on everything now that I care about. Yep. We need an entire thing for, we're not doing it on WSL. WSL is Ubuntu, so, or whatever. That should do it. So now when I log in, once again, I'm going to do kubectl, tab, and I get that. I also want to make it so that I have kube tab. I don't have a K. And I'm going to make a command over here really quick while I'm here. Yeah. That's all I have to have to rule the universe. Sudo vi user local k bin k. And now watch. We should get that as well. K tab. Nope. Fuck. Oh, I didn't schmucks it. Boom. All right, that's what we want. No, how much time would I be still doing things if I were updating a Docker file for all that and rebuilding container images? This is why I'm not doing it. Eventually I will, but it takes too much time. So there's some good news there. Before we leave this though, Podman, where's my commit? We're going to commit that and then push it and then test that and we'll be done. These little teeny tiny kind of incremental changes that take me like 5-10 minutes that change my ongoing work environment for those that are in the boost as well as for me at work, they're worth it. They're worth it for me because then I don't ever have to do it again. I know it pushes me out longer, but whatever. Yep. I can't do the GoPLS, which is a stupid thing because there's like a demo, but that's not a problem. This is going to take a while. It's got to push 2 gig. And you notice how it's always a new layer blob. It rewrites the same blob every time as opposed to having multiple blobs. That's because I found out I'm reusing the same container, ongoing container. If I actually made a new container and did this, I'd have a 4th blob layer, which would be fine too, but... And now we just have to push out. It's going to take forever. So it is time to take a break. We're at the top of the hour. When we come back, we're going to go back to the minikube setup and setting up the kubectl stuff. We're just waiting for this a little bit. I wonder what the resources look like over on that server. We're doing a lot of stuff over there. So we'll change it to a push. We're going to go push that. This is actually going to take quite a bit of time. So we're going to do that. I'm going to walk around, take a break. And you're like, I have to walk every hour. I'm going to like, fall over. So YouTube, see you in a bit. That was not a very big break, but it was enough for me to stand up. Okay, so I went outside actually. Got some sun. I think we have minikube running over here already, right? God, I don't know my minikube commands at all. We already run a start. We did already. It's already in a. We already have that. It's right here. Is that compared to cluster default namespace? Blah, blah, blah. I do not remember how to do minikube. I really don't. It's a basic skill too, and I don't ever use it. Minikube status. How about that? Control plane running. Host kubelet running configured. It says we have kubeconfig, but I don't believe him. I don't think we do have it. I don't look. I don't use minikube every day. I should. I use kind. Well, how can it be configured if I don't have a kubeconfig? Oh, I do. Well, that changes everything. Yeah, it's using client certs. Okay, so it's using a different kind of authentication like we've talked about. All right, so why do I care about that? Because I'm going to copy that kubeconfig to shared, I guess with sudo. And then from the klogin box, it's still working. Wait, looks like it's almost done. Is it done? Nope. All right, so we're going to go to the klogin box, and we can actually add it, right? Shared. What is it called? Where is it? Wait, did I? Config. Did I not copy it? Huh. Oh, wait. I'm an idiot. There we go. Actually, I need to sudo that. I should be able to just do this. Sudo rm. fine. I blame the wine. I blame the wine. Either way, we have it now. Copy, shared, config, kube/config. What the hell? This is bad. Don't do this. Don't do this. I'm doing it because it's on a local system. Just so you know that. Somebody's going to do that at home and get owned, and they're going to blame me. Don't blame me. Now, I've got all the login information for the minikube cluster. Oh, and it even has a 192 address. Hell, I might even be able to pull this off. Oh my god. Huh! Oh my god. That was so easy. That was too easy. Because the cluster IP is in the configuration file. Holy cow, and it's on the local 192 network. What? I was not expecting it to be that easy. All I did is copy the kubeconfig file over to a container that's completely disconnected. It's just on the same subnet. And it worked. It worked. Now I just need a way to mount that container. God. I mean, if I committed that development container and then I reopened it, I could like mount that specific file. And then I would be sharing the file between the two. Oh, I know. Yeah. Well, this is minikube, so it's designed to be really, really easy, right? That's the purpose of it. So I'm not too alarmed by that, but the fact that it works is pretty cool. Yeah. You know what I just realized about that? Okay, this is interesting. I have to subtlecast on this because this is new information for me, and I want to capture this learning in a Z. When using minikube on LAN, copying the kube config to enables any host. So just discovered that all the essential data for connecting to a minikube cluster is contained in the .kube config file. So this means copying that file anywhere on the same LAN will enable that system's kubectl to execute commands against that cluster's API server transparently. This is a huge convenience when doing development on dev VMs or containers on that same network. This is pretty much just convinced me to run minikube as on the raw host, because I only need 1 or 2 minikubes. I can actually create different minikube clusters there on the default host, and then just spin them up and then connect to them and do different things. That's actually really cool. So, I mean, I could have run the GoDev thing container on my hosted on Podman desktop on my Windows machine if I wanted. I could have done that. I could have done any of that. Yeah, super cool. That just really sped up my development. The only thing I really want to do before I end today, and I'm getting kind of tired of this, so I do want to enable OIDC Connect authentication in my minikube cluster. That's the last thing I want to do. And then tomorrow I'll actually test modifying the file programmatically with the Klogin to against the Keycloak provider and to go in there. So that's the only other thing we need to do. I don't know why my Zcast is not loading lately. It's kind of annoying. So for this, I'm going to there's already a bunch of reading I already did on it. I'm going to read it again. I'm going to let's clean up my stuff here for a bit though. So let's Klogin. We don't need this. That can go away. This can go away. Let's see. This is our batch completion test in Fedora. That was kind of a fun little side note. And we have our image pushed. All right, so let me before I leave that one, let me test it. So podman start-a run it remove ghcr.io rbx/ws/skill-stack. Oh, we need to pull in, sorry. It's going to take a while. Podman pull to get the latest. That was way too fast. Maybe because it already downloaded it. Oh, it worked. Damn. Oh man, I love using commit images. People are going to complain that there's not a formal Docker file. I don't care. There's definitely a place to use them. That is so beautiful. I just cannot even say. I mean, I can't say. I just did. Okay, so what are we doing? We're getting minikube to use OIDC Connect. Or OIDC Connect's redundant, repetitive. I gotta to use OIDC, period, full stop. All right, what comes next, huh? Well, I'm gonna close up the skill code for a bit. Close out that window. And what? Where am I? Oh, I logged out. Whoopsie. That's because we had two attached to the same. It's weird if you attach instead of exec. It's the craziest thing. Yeah. Podman. I don't think I have anything running, do I? No. Keycloak's still there. Doing its ding. Podpad, start-a. Dark and post, no. I don't need to. It's a single podman command. Yep. That's it. That's all you need. You don't need it. I don't need it. Authentic requires the Docker Compose because it's got Redis and Postgres even in the dev version. I gotta tell you, I'm a huge fan of Keycloak now. I know it's old tech, but I love it. You know why? Because the people that are designing Keycloak are operating from an enterprise perspective. And I love that. I got to tell you, I love that. It's coworking. Different. I'm using Podman. Yeah. I mean, you can use Docker if you want, but I don't use Docker for anything ever. I don't use anything with Docker in the name at all. I despise Docker at this point. They're a horrible company. Yeah, I don't want to get into it again. It's just read. You'll find out why. As a company, I mean, how long ago? 2019? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, when I found out that Docker was just glorifying LXC and didn't give the Linux team any credit. How many people, raise your hand if you know that Docker actually isn't a project? That all Docker is really doing is providing a lightweight binary on top of LXC. Nobody knows this. The primary work necessary to get Docker to even work is from the Linux community. But the Linux community is really famous for doing things that are really esoteric and black magic and not making a big stink about it. And so it takes, a Steve Jobs / Salman Hayek to come across and go, hey, we made this really fun, nice, pretty user interface from the command line that uses all the stuff the Linux team has been slaving on for the last 5 years. That is it. Yeah. So I hate that the entire Linux container world has been wrongly identified as Docker containers. That pisses me off. And you know what? It pisses a lot of Linux people off. But they don't talk about it because they got too many things to do, like actual work, instead of a marketing team and a business model that blows up in their face when they have to bail, and then, it makes a nice convenient exit from the company so that the company can go on to do awesome things like bait and switch for huge enterprises to make money they should have put forth anyway. Podman Desktop was never free, still isn't. I mean, Docker Desktop. And then they come across and they say, oh, hey, all you free and open source people, you guys have 30 days before you have to pay up. And then they're like, oh, psych, we didn't really mean it. We're sorry, because they're idiots over there. They're totally idiots over there. I'm tired. I'm sorry. I'm just like, yeah. I don't want anything to do with the Docker organization ever again. I'm not going to use it. When I make Docker files, I'm going to make container files, which are supported by Podman, and you can say that that's because Red Hat and CoreOS got a hold of it. Fine. I don't care. I would rather use something from Red Hat than Docker any day. Podman Desktop is fine. Podman Desktop is way better than Docker Desktop. Oh my God. It's like not even funny. It's so much better. And they caught up too. Docker Desktops used to suck. And then they realized they could use Kimu just like Docker Desktop, and boom, now they're good. Besides, you don't even need Podman Desktop. You can just install Podman. The end. You don't need Podman Desktop, just install Podman. Not to mention the fact that the Podman machines are much cleaner, safer, and have... I used to be kind of not into Podman. If you can play back videos of me, 2 years ago saying that Podman sucked. It was Red Hat. It was owned by Docker. It wasn't as open as Docker. This was all pre bait and switch that Docker did, and I was of a totally different opinion. I have 180-degree turned on that. I am a massive Podman fan now. And I actually had chief architects and SMEs at IBM and other places that were not associated with Docker, who were working with big accounts, and they just kept saying Podman's the standard. They used to laugh at me, and we would have a little fight about it, about whether it was going to go that way. And he goes, "Oh man, Podman's the standard. You just don't see it yet." And they were totally right, 100%. They were 100% right. Docker's not the most widely used. I would challenge you to prove that. Podman is 100% Docker Compose compatibility. So does Kubernetes Compose. So you don't need it. I mean, the Docker Compose file is something that was unique from Docker. That's fine. They get credit for that, and that's a good thing. I don't use it. People do, though. Yeah, I've always been a big fan of Fedora and Red Hat. I mean, you gotta understand, I had Red Hat stock, full disclosure, in 2000. And when they released Fedora, I got pissed off with the rest of the Red Hat people, and they became kind of corporate-y. To be fair, Red Hat does have a bunch of corporate stank on them, but no more than Amazon or Microsoft or anybody else. So, they walk the line just as well as Ubuntu or any other corporation that's out to make money and also promote Linux. Red Hat does it better than Microsoft, even though I think Microsoft's done a much better job of supporting Linux these days. There, I got to stop talking now because it's just gonna blow me up, and I gotta stay focused. Okay, so what the hell was I doing? I was starting up. Oh yeah, I'm starting up a Keylogin machine, reattaching to my Keylogin machine, and then dude's passionate. Are you talking about me? He must not have been here very long. I love it when people in your Twitch chat talk about you in the third person, and you're like right there reading it. Does anybody know what the streamer is doing? I'm like, why don't you ask the streamer who's reading your chat? You know why? Because most streamers, period, don't read the chat. They barely. You'll be lucky to get some. So they have this this backbench, conversation that's happening separate from, the actual stream. My stream is very unique. I read your chat. I try to read all of it. Later, when it gets more one kick. You know what? It's kind of a pattern, isn't it? It's a pattern, and I'm loud, and I think my wife is mad at me because I'm loud. No, my stepson is mad at me because I'm loud. I just heard a door slam. I hope that doesn't mean they're mad, but I don't know. Maybe it does. All right, what are we doing? We are trying to authenticate to minikube. So get pods. Oh no, there's nothing. Oh wait, sudo. I'm making another one. User bin k Shrox sudo user. I need to add this because I added it to my image before I fixed it. People are like, what the hell is this? This is the only way you should make a shortcut. Never use aliases or functions for this. Mossy, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. He always chimes in, oh, you can make it work in shell scripts. No, you can't. Not with an exec system call. What did I just do? I made it so I can use K instead of kubectl anywhere. Anywhere. I knew Mossy was there. Mossy hates it when I do that. He's like, you don't have to do that. They hate it. I don't know what their pronoun is. Okay, so what did I just do? I made essentially an alias, but instead of it being an alias, this alias will work everywhere. It'll work from inside scripts. It'll work by being executed from a command line in Go, like when you do Go. That's the most important significant difference. That does not work with aliases, no matter what kind of configuration you wrap them in. Nor does it work with functions. So I am not, other than I use a couple aliases, but not, LL is still there. I don't remember even one. Which one? What's an alias that I use? Oh, C, I think. Yeah, C is aliased. That's like a good use of an alias right there. That's a good alias. Oh, there's all my aliases. There you go. To me, that's an alias list. That's nothing that I would ever want to do by calling it from code. But anything that would be called from code, including K, I would want to do that with. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I thought it was aliases. Docker popularity graph. You're citing a Stack Exchange resource to show who loves Docker. Yeah, I rest my case. I don't want to argue with you about that. If you're going to Stack Exchange for any authoritative data or on anything, yes, let's do this. Yeah. Yes. And support a minimum of 2 monitors. Yeah. Amen. All right, so what are we doing? We are trying to do the minikube thing. So what I'm trying to say is that K is no longer my K command. My K command is the same as kubectl in every way. In every way, I mean it. Watch. I want to get all my pods. How about this? K get all comma secrets dash a. Bang bang, pass that off to bash. I get it. Okay. Now that would work if I were calling it from a Go program. You can actually get that to work, as Mossy is fond of saying, by telling your parent shell that all your aliases should be treated like commands. But that does not work unless there's a shell involved. And when you're coding things in Go and Rust and C and everything else that uses, that calls, exec-v, a system call, ultimately, that stuff doesn't work because there's no magic from the shell to manipulate that alias into an actual thing. But when you make it an actual executable, even if it's only got one line in it, it is in every way an executable. The survey is popular with devs. We talked about that yesterday. Yeah. You're talking about devs who read Stack Exchange, which one could argue are not devs. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. Calm down. Oh my God. All right. By the way, Minikube's not running on this machine. Nope, I just copied the kube config that Minikube made over to another container machine. I mean, what dev has time to answer a Stack Exchange survey that you would actually care about hearing from? Not me. They'll use aliases for things, yeah, but yeah. Bottom line, I don't think you should use an alias in the script. The end. I don't. I also, at one point, didn't think you should use anything but full paths to binaries in your scripts. You would like prune the path environment variable because that was the safe way to do things. There was a time when that was the proper way to write shell scripts. Not anymore. Oh my God, it's the wild fucking west now. Anyway, so God, I'm degrading. 5 players in the measure accounts outside of social media politics. Hell yeah. Maluba perfectly said. Webster MQ. I'm sorry to say yes, I have. Whoa, there's a time warp. God, you're taking me back 25 years there. There's stuff on Stacks because it helps them get jobs. If somebody's going to hire you because you're participating in Stack Exchange, what kind? First of all, I want a list of those companies because I want to blacklist them for anyone that I ever suggest or get a job. If a company's hiring practice is literally, oh, we want to see how high their rank is on Stack Exchange, I want to know about those companies because that is like one of like 5 criteria that would immediately dismiss that company as having any fucking clue whatsoever. Why would you pad your resume with your score on Stack Exchange? It's a great filter. Oh, look, they put their score on Stack Exchange. Garbage. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? Portia nailed it. It's like when I get a little bit more wine in me, I just go crazy. I can't focus, and I just want to talk shit. Hey, I played Witcher last night too. If you want to sign up, I'm starting Witcher again. I'm starting a playthrough of Witcher. I'm playing a couple hours a night. I should have been exercising, but I was playing Witcher instead last night. So join me for that if you want. Anytime. Anytime. The wolf drinks vodka. I drink vodka. I kicked butt on Quint last night too. It was really fun. I beat up like 3 or 4 drowners level 4, even though I was level 1. That was fun. New D4 gamers in there. I don't know what that is. All right, back to work. They want us to get the webs for MQ working for Big Blue now. Damn, that's the kind of job. Oh, Diablo 4. Oh yeah, there's a lot of people playing that right now, including Hassan Abi or whatever. You deleted your Battle.net? Oh. Unfortunately, yeah, WebSphere is the thing. If you want to make money, learn it. WebSphere MQ is like supporting COBOL, kind of. A lot of people use it though. It depends on whether you're doing it to make money or you're doing it because you want to get enjoyment out of your job, which is a huge debate. We need to get OIDC Connect enabled on here, and I'm going to force myself to do that. Enabling OIDC Connect in Minikube. Authentication in Minikube. There's a command that we have to run to start our Minikube. And yes, there's a command we have to run. In fact, I started writing it right here. I started writing it, now that I remember. This starts Minikube, issuer client ID, OIDC username. God, I might even be done with this. Do I need the Minikube key? I think I might be done with this. I think I might. Minikube. Stop. I think I might have already covered this base. Battle.net. I have like 5 Battle.net accounts. I just missed it because of Code Red or whatever. What was that game? God, I love that game. I play that with my kids all the time. Start OADC Minikube. Starting control pane node Minikube in cluster Minikube. I don't know if this is going to do my OIDC thing or not. OIDC Open Connect authentication. Let's read the docs here. Hey, look, that's what I just did. OIDC user claim. We're using preferred underscore username, but that's apparently a standard OIDC claim. But I don't remember seeing it. People, where would I see the claim? By the way, isn't the claim inside the JWT, the JWT? Which drive is better? I use the KVM driver on Linux. I won't use anything else for Minikube. I have struggled. I struggle with Podman and Docker as drivers. Docker works as a driver, but the Podman is experimental. And I've used VMware as a driver very successfully. VirtualBox I've used as a driver successfully, even though VirtualBox is kind of dead. I'm done. I'm just gonna tell you right now. I am done using anything that's not backed by either production Podman or KVM and Kimu. And this is why. And Mossy can actually like look at me and go, "See, I told you." Mossy has been pushing me for 3 years to just make all the things Kimu and KVM, and I have fought against that, saying that's not necessarily essential. Some people have Windows, they don't have it. I have been pushing back on that for probably a year and a half, and now that I have a server, my answer to that is my answer to the statement that NeoVim, lots of thoughts on NeoVim. NeoVim's a great thing once you need it. I don't need it. Why do you need it? Why not just use Vim? That's my question to you. If you're going to tell me to use something new that's not standard, it's not even installed on most systems, tell me why. And I don't want to hear language server, because you're not going to use the language server. Not if you're doing Go development. You're going to use VimGo, which doesn't need it. It has its own. So, I don't distract me. So, oh, look at. Authorization mode RBOC. Oh my God, I think we might have. If this works, I'm just going to be happy. I'm going to be happy, my friends. Copy kubeconfig into shared. I have to open up the perms on it, apparently. How about this? Sudo sudo mod plus r shared config. Did I do plus X? What an idiot. I'm not attacking you, too big to fail. I'm not attacking you. I honestly don't know why people use it. That's a very honest question. I'm very honest. Why are you using it? Because it's cool and it's got a Lua in the back end. Okay. Very weird reasons, but I accept them if that's your reason. You know what we're going to do here? I'm going to do something really fancy. I'm going to make a symlink. Should I make a symlink or a hard link? I could make a bind mount. Should I do a bind mount, which is like overkill? It's like totally over-engineering it. Should I do a bind mount? We just learned all about bind mounts yesterday. I did for the first time. I learned about bind mounts yesterday. Should I do a bind mount? Should I do a bind mount, a hard link, or a symlink? You can... Like, we don't care. We don't care. Just do what you want. Bind mount. We did a whole video on bind mounts yesterday. You're going to have to fast forward through the VOD. Yeah. I don't put chapters because it takes too long. It's a 7-hour video. I'm not going to do it. If you want to learn about bind mounts with me, go scan through the video from yesterday on YouTube and find the section about bind mounts where I discovered the very first bind mount, and then I dissected it all, and I made a really pretty Z on it. You want to see? I'm going to show you anyway. You want to see? I made one. I made a nice, super uber pretty Z. I did. It's very pretty. Because I have never used bind mounts before. And I'm like, I get config maps where they came from now. You know when you use Kubernetes and config map and you bind, I'm going to really avoid getting pulled into this. There you go. Bind mounts are glorified hard links that work with files. And I did an entire video on this as a part of the co-working stuff yesterday. It was kind of a rabbit hole, but it was like a fun rabbit hole. And we bind mounted etc password. Technically what it does is it bind mounts a file system, a / file system that only includes one file. And it creates what's called a virtual file system, and then it bind mounts it. But look at how it shows up. It actually makes a device for it and everything, even though it's the same device up here. It's a virtual file system. It's so stinking cool. I did not know about it. All this time, I did not know about it. And this is the only way, FindMNT, LBG taught us this yesterday, the only way that you can actually see that it's a bind mount of a single file is in the output from the find mount command, which is a Linux only command that I did not know about. So there's a big video on that yesterday. You can go watch that in my co-working if you want to. Maybe that's why Chris gifted me those 6 subs, because I keep discovering things and then just like writing about them. It's very hard to get to the meat of the stuff to learn when you're watching me co-work, because I'm kind of all over the board, but whatever. You know, at least I'm streaming. All right, so here we go. ln-s, we'll do a symlink. We'll symlink. I always forget which one comes first. I can never remember. I'm so dyslexic. Target and then the directory. Okay, so we want to symlink ln-s .q/config. No. With /shared/config. Kubeconfig. Booyah. Okay, get pods. Okay, get pods -a. Core DNS and everything. Now, the problem is, yeah. The problem is that this, you know what? I take that back. I take it back. Because I need to make one that doesn't have the cert in it. That's like the all-powerful configuration, you know what I mean? Yeah, I need to make a new one. In fact, I'm going to copy the shared one to kubeconfig, and I'm going to rip it to shreds. You know what I'm going to do. I can already tell. First of all, we're going to get the cert authority data out of here. Why is it even there? Extensions. Actually, no, user data. We're going to remove that. Users. We have no users, so we're going to get rid of these users. No, these users are cheating. They're using a different form of authentication. So now I shouldn't do anything. Okay, get pause and be like, I don't know what to say. Please enter your username. Error, forbidden. Pods is forbidden. User system anonymous cannot get pods. Aha. Okie dokie. All right, so now we have to add an OIDC provider to the kubeconfig, and I don't remember how to. Actually, we could just pull a token down. Oh my god! Watch. Watch. I'm going to show you. What? Hashing token using system RCAs. There it is. Except for let's not JQ that thing. Let's just dump it. Let's just dump it. Oh wait, that's legit. We don't want that one. Let's do this one. Yeah. Let's do the non-jot. Whatever. That's going to give me a token. Boom. All right. Boom, baby. And I come up to the token right here. Go to the end. Oh, I don't know if this is going to paste or not. It's going to be interesting. Okay, so now we can do get pods dash a dash token paste. Invalid header field for authorization. What's wrong with my thing? All right, let's try it. Let's put it in a command. Actually, no, just put it in here. All right, so that can't have all those line returns in it, so let's try that. Is it a separate line? Must be logged into the server. But I did log in. Oh. I don't want to get into it, but what I actually have to do is I have to get into the structure of the provider information. Yeah, inside the Klogin file. You can get away with that without doing that. You can pass every single individual thing. Or you can just update the Klogin file. Let's do that. If I update the Klogin file as needed, I'll know exactly what the file has to add later. You know what? I'm just going to cheat. This is the part where everybody wishes that the Klogin, the kubeconfig file was like actually documented, which is not really. I mean, not really. I'll show you. Let's go find it. So, OpenIDC connect, data provider, access token, refresh token with CTL, user ID token with the token to. Oh, it's the ID token. It's the ID token. Interesting. It's not the access token. It's the ID token. Sends your ID token in here called authorization. Yeah, we had the wrong token. Let's try it. Okay, so it's not the access token. This is the crux of the problem, actually. Yeah. We need the parse ID token. This just might work. It just might work. Oopsie. You know what? Let's skip the actually no. What did I call it? Case user. Okay, so don't ever do this at home. Don't ever do this at the job. Just do it when you're testing stuff. Yeah, don't be me. I can change the function name. You got good eyes. Fetching receipt is done. Does that mean there was no ID token in it? What the hell? Oh, wait. Wait. Huh. Cool password. Old Rob, cool password. Yes, this is me. Y'all are funny. Damn. No, there's no ID. There is none. Why don't I believe that? Oh, you know why? Because of this. This is bash, yeah? Bash and go. Yeah. NJQ. Why isn't it doing it? This is kind of weird. So we got the access token just fine. I'm gonna go back to raw. Was it? What is it? Oh, you know what? Yeah, they're all getting, wait. Oh, you just need to do fetch. And what does fetch do? Fetch populates raw, yeah? Yeah, okay, I forgot about that. All right, so echo raw. Oh, wait. Fetch. There we go. Okay, so that's everything. And then we can JQ that. So, okay, so we get expires in, refreshes, refresh scope. Live forever, yeah, probably. Yeah, I agree. There's not a client ID. There's not an ID. That's very interesting. Yeah, I think my provider is set up incorrectly. I think it is. This is interesting because this is getting at the heart of the problem that we've been having. Yeah, that was Russian Major. I don't know. I don't know if my brain works differently or I'm better at languages because of how my brain worked, you know? I do love that show though, that movie. Arrival. Oh my god, we have skipped TLS Verify on for any of our hosts. Oh my god. That's so bad. You know, it's really weird what it calls a user. It's really weird what it calls a user. Yeah, this is something I remember screwing me up big time. Name. This is actually the name of the cluster. And then inside of here you have a user. This file is a disaster. It really is. Config. Client ID equals minikube. ID token. Wait. is the access token, because it's a bearer token. The interesting thing is that in this case, the ID token and the access token are the same. Why not YAML? I mean, we could. I just need the data right now. Oops. Actually, cube. Damn. I'm supposed to take a break. I'm not going to. Config ID token. God damn it. ID issuer URL home.rbx.gg:8443. And we had to do our realm and Kate's refresh token. I mean, we already got one, but test them on our Linux skills. That's a tough one. I mean, I always ask what editor they use and why. Because if they're an Emacs user, then they're more prone for software development, and they're going to be less effective as an operations person. If they're a VI person, then they tend to be hacker operator material. If they say they use VS Code, then they have no fucking clue, and they walk out the door. And I think if you want to get a sense of why people do what they do, ask them what their editor is. If you ask Linus Torvalds what editor he uses a mini version of Emacs because he's a kernel developer. If you ask most hackers who live on the command line who are actually doing hacking what editor they use, they'll tell you VI. I would ask them what their favorite shell is and what they use it for. If they say they use Z shell and they can't articulate why Z shell and bash are important to understand, that would be a real big one. Yeah. And they're also religious wars, but it's not so much that they use Z shell that qualifies them or disqualifies them. What that does is it gets them to talk about things that shine light on where they're coming from, how much they actually know about Linux, how much as a user, as an operator, where their perspectives are. And you might think that I'm asking holy war questions, but those are very revealing questions, in my opinion. You can get VMware Emacs and Windows 2 Mac. Yeah, but if you can get them to talk about their editor, right? So let me give you an example of that. If somebody is going in to be a infrastructure engineer, and when more on the networking side and infrastructure, and they say that they use VS Code and they use the plugin mounts in order to manipulate multiple systems by doing remote, and they try to justify to you that VS Code uses remote network connectivity to edit files on a remote system, I know immediately not to hire that person. And if they don't understand why that's not enough to be an infrastructure engineer or a network admin, then that's not up to me to tell them right there. And if you don't understand why, is infra engineer synonymous with DevOps? Well, that'd be a question too. Ask them to tell you what the difference between an infrastructure and DevOps engineer is. If they don't know, bye-bye. You're asking me how to filter out good Linux people who actually study the environment in the industry, and rather than just repeating what other people tell you, particularly YouTubers and streamers. What I want to know is, how do they tell us about your home lab? What do you do? What do you do? What do you do to maintain your skills? There you go. There's a question. Like, what are you talking about? Like websites and stuff? Well, I go to this one website and it has like shell prompt and everything, and I practice. If they say, well, I just use LeetCode for everything, or they say, well, I just do, over the wire. Those are all fine things, but that really gives you a flavor of what kind of person you're getting. User tools are more important than managed servers. I wouldn't trust someone who never used the tools that are important to manage servers. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, like if they don't know how to use apt or RPM, I mean, it depends on the position. So see, my Yum skills are like in the toilet, even though I wrote RPM packages, I created them for IBM for years, but my skills doing that are not as sharp as they used to be. Right? I can't tell you, I know about NetPlan and Ubuntu, but I couldn't tell you I created my own server infrastructure with IP tables, but I could not tell you how to do an IP tables command right now because I don't need it. I can use some of the other tools that are around. That's another way to weed out old people, by the way. So like if a person like me still using IP tables when they don't need to and they don't know the new tools that they can use on top of it, that is an objective qualification that they are not hitting. And so you can avoid the ageism attack and everything by saying, hey, what are you talking about? You don't know about NetPlan or this or this. And that would be me on many things. There's many things that I am not current on. And there's many things that kids, use that, like, for example, a Twitch streamer who shall remain unnamed, who said, yeah, these guys were telling me that I had to use AIX. I had to use an editor called V. So the reverse is also true. IP tables is still very relevant. Hell yeah. Yeah. There are things that replace IP tables. Is anybody old enough to remember IP chains? Does anybody remember IP chains? I mean, that's really going back. IP, yeah, firewall admin. Most people use that. Yeah. Yeah, I still use ifconfig and ipconfig. And the other day I was on a system that didn't have IP, like IPA or whatever. And like if you're on Alpine or something, you still need to know it. Yeah, tables wonder if it's the same thing. It pretty much is, yeah. Yeah. IP broken me chains. Yes. It's not easy. Opened a new door for me. Yeah, I agree. Moving from IP tables to chains. I mean, from chains to tables. Tables is at least easier. Oh my god. And saying that IP tables is easy in 2023 is kind of dated. Hearing IP chains. Oh, see, I did that just to scare you, Mossy. Well, it's just you know what's a fun one? Ask him how they look up DNS information. Saying IP change is easy in 2020 is still a flex. Seriously, I know. If you're on to, yeah. Ask him how they look at. Ask him how they resolve DNS names from the command line. There's like how many different ways of there to do that now? There's like I mean, even saying that you use dig dates you today. I remember when dig was the new hotness. Dig and NSLOOKUP are like old school. They're like old school now. Yeah. They are. There's a replacement for Dig, and I can't even remember. I don't remember it. I use Dig for it. I don't give a shit. I use Dig and NSLookup because I know it. There's an alternative to Dig though. There's like a new one. Yeah. I know you're using NSLookup. There's a lot of people that still use that. NSLookup and Dig are still solid most of the time. I agree. I'm using Dig and NSLookup. There's actually a new thing besides Dig though that's like on a modern Linux equivalent that people. I can't remember it. Honestly I can't remember. That's how much I care. Novelty fallacy. I don't know what that means. I don't think we're falling into the novelty fallacy. I think it's a relevant way to administer a system. If it's not on the box, you can't use it. You know. I think it is resolve CTL. I think it is. Only have NSLookup. A lot of images only have NSLookup. I know. You know what else they only have? VI. Yep. So installing Arch does cover a lot. I agree. I agree. If you want to learn the lower stuff of Arch and you don't want to do Gen 2, that's better than Red Hat or Ubuntu. If you're primarily somebody who deals in platform engineering and middleware and stuff like that and doesn't get down and dirty with the infrastructure, like low level stuff like me mostly, then Red Hat, Ubuntu are your go-tos, of course. I still am missing data here, so. Oh wait, it's VI, yeah. Yeah, but again, I'm not judging people who use those other things. I'm just saying if you want to distinguish what kind of people that you're hiring and you want to see where their backgrounds are, right? Then you need to do that. I had one guy, the guy who got a $100,000 job as a starting job, that I helped do that. He, in his interview, as a developer, to be a developer, Go and Rust developer, his interview, the guy used VS Code and he used Vim for everything with tmux, and the interviewer kind of got apologetic saying, oh, I know I should be using that other stuff during the interview, which is cool because that means that my guy was like doing the interview, was like flexing hard, doing all he was doing with VI and tmux, and this guy was using VS Code. He was like, damn, I need to do that. Malicious intent, GVim. I can't believe that anybody even made that shit. NVIDIA driver. How does that work on Gen 2? Good question. We're going downhill again. IB tables is superseded by NF tables. IB tables is already superseded? Well, there you go. I can't fucking keep up. By the way, pause for station identification here. You're listening to Artifacts Rob.tv ranting, post wine and end of the day. With one message to you, to the beginners out there, if you don't want to spend all of your free time learning new stuff, don't go into tech. Also, don't go into medicine. That's part of the culture. I'm using the term, I give Leon credit for this every time. Learn with Leon. Learn with Leon has this spiel that he does. He's good at doing spiels. And as this whole spiel is like, you have to decide if you want to join tech culture. And what he means by that is that you are signing up for a particular way of life, not just a skill set. You are signing up for a particular way of life when you pick a tech career. And that includes the expectation that you're going to do a bunch of just-in-time learning and maintaining your skills on your own. And if you don't like that, if you want to be a park ranger and walk around the park, the rain, and do things within a specific finite, job description, you're not in the right place. No, not in tech. So you have to make a decision. I've had more than one person tell me they didn't want to do that. They like the idea of tech. They end up being in tech sales, which is great, by the way. Yeah, working in tech sales, you don't have the same things. You have nice parameters. I'm only selling this one product. I'm keeping myself abreast of other products that I might want to sell, and I'm getting really good at that one thing. And that also works in medicine too. Actually, one of my best friends when I was Mormon, he sold medical staple guns. And he was so good. He'd been so well trained in that stable gun that he sat in with like open heart surgery and all kinds of stuff with really key surgeons. And during certain parts of the surgery, he would instruct the surgeon about how to use the tool. And he was very well paid. He had no medical training whatsoever except for how to use that tool. And that guy made bank. He made bank. He was a medical tools salesman, and he would wear a full suit and everything. We would go out to his gigs and everything, and he would represent an entire region. And he made bank. He made bank. He made way more than most tech people because he had a really, 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 really niche specialty in one specific product and didn't have to maintain a bunch of skills. He just had to do that one thing. It was really boring, but he got to feel. In fact, the guy was kind of self-important, like the rest of the technologists. He really was. He's a nice guy, but he was very self-important. He thought it's full of, because they paid him a lot of money to do that one thing, and he had all these like surgeons with multiple years of training asking him questions because he was the only person who was a specialist on the tool. So he was constantly, his ego was constantly being reinforced because he was the specialist. He knew this one thing, and he got to put the surgical stuff on and everything and do the whole thing, and then they would look up to him to ask for him questions about how to use the tool, and he obviously looked up at them. But then he would I swear to God, he had the ego of a surgeon. He wasn't a surgeon, but he had the ego of a surgeon because he was hanging out with these surgeons all the time. Yeah. Anyway, I'm like going down like I always do. Oh damn! My manager threw me in the deep end. Now you're doing working for Big Mac managing WebSphere on-prem. Yeah. You installed Linux and Cruton, and they didn't yell at you? That is a good thing about IBM. You can run whatever the hell you want on your desktop. They don't care. As long as you keep passing security audits. It's actually one of the best. I ran Red Hat on my desktop, on my laptop for 10 years at IBM. Loved it. It's one of the best advantages of it. Node version manager. Ugh. NVM's written in Go. Node version manager is written in Go. Funny that. A guy I know repairs gigantic millions of dollars cost to industrial specificity lasers. Yeah, I'm telling you. Look, yeah. The guy that the guy goes to. Yeah, that's true. And NVM for Windows is written in Go. Probably because it can be compiled. Yeah. Let me finish populating this. We need to grab the refresh token. The problem here is I got to grab both of those tokens at the same time. So what I'm going to do is dump this to a file. Foo.json. How about that? You know what? YQ foo.js. Yeah, let's do God, what is it? There's a Z2Y. Oh, that's a program I made. I don't have it right here. I don't know what that is. Discord switch from Go. Everybody always talks about Discord switching from Go and going to Rust, and that's not actually what happened. I know because one of the center architects here was here. It's one of the most commonly cited bullshit write-ups ever, and nobody even bothers to go see what actually happened. It's really sad. I don't even respond to it anymore because it's so fucking stupid. Besides, why are you making your architectural decisions based on what Discord does? There are other companies to look at that are more relevant. Yeah, I know. That's kind of what's going on. Okay, so I got what I need now. So let's see here. Let's do VI. I'm trying to do by hand what this program's going to do automatically, in case you're wondering. So we have the ID token. So I'm going to go ahead and put let's do YQ access token from tempfoo.yaml and run that through bash. Boom. There we go. And now we can, the hardest part with this is that it's this big ass code. This continues to be the problem. Hey, you know what? Let's do this. Let's say ID-token : and we'll put that down here and then we'll join them. There is no ID token in this bearer token thing, which I've never read that explicitly, but I think that it is using the access token in both places. It's a theory I'm testing. It's a theory I'm trying to test here. Okay, so that's good. And then we have the refresh token. YQ.refresh token tempfoo.yaml. Bang bang bash. Boom. Okay, now we can join that. All right, so what else do we have? They pretended. Join my server. And put the whole server on blacklist. This is true, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they also don't, from what I understand, they also don't go full, they don't tell the full story. They eventually moved off of Rust and moved most of it to Erlang, which is like the language I really want to learn one day. That's it. We have a client ID, an ID token. We should probably have an access token as well. I'm going to try something here. I'm going to try to use the ID token and an access token. If for some reason the dashboard uses it. Yeah. All right. So I mean, this is not going to work, but I really hope it works. ID must provide IDP issuer URL. Did I not do that? I thought I did that. Oh, it's IDP. Damn it. Failed to create input 404 found error. Rest easy. Could not find resource full path. Full path. Did I? Oh, we don't have Realm on there, do we? What? Oh, it's Realms. I think it's Realms. Yeah. Damn. Token response did not contain an ID token. Either the scope OpenID wasn't requested upon login, or the provider does not support ID_tokens as a part of the refresh response. I don't know what that means at all. I mean, that's good though. That means that our file is fine, but Yeah. I don't know. I wonder if we have to have all the scopes match. I mean, this is good. This is Minikube actually responded with an error after trying to talk to the OIDC provider. So this means that the Minikube actually called out to the OIDC provider successfully and got back information that did not have what it was looking for. So this is all the plumbing is working here. We're just missing some configuration of the OIDC provider. And I don't know what that is. Let's see, unable to connect to the server. Token response did not contain an ID underscore token. Either the scope OpenID wasn't requested upon login. It was actually. Wait, could that be? Oh, look. Look. Look at that right there. We're only getting profile and email. We're not getting the OpenID scope. That's what's the problem is. That's the problem. Yeah. And actually that's working in the Go one. So that's not working in the shell script. That's because we didn't provide scope. Yeah. Yeah. Oh man. Oh, I learned something today. Scope equals OpenID. Okay, so then we can do get token. All right, let's try again. Please work. Oh, damn. Response did not contain. Well, let's see. I hate that it does that. There's a trick to do to make it, to trick it into rewriting it as tab completed stuff. Pretty print there is. I think that's it. Yeah. Okay, so then we're going to do... Yeah, see, look at the scope. It's still not giving us the scopes. Yep. That's it. So the Go one works. So let's go get the Go stuff and see. Add param scope. I mean, look at, see, look. When I grab the scope using Go, it works. I see the OpenID is there. This is interesting. So what's the difference between the curl request and... Oh, because I put the scope in the wrong fucking fetch command. Oh, I feel so stupid. I feel stupid. All right, here we go. There we go. Look, scope is OpenID now. Oh, I feel very good about this. Please work. Please work. Please work. Please work. Wait. I have to update the tokens. Right? I do. I have to update the tokens. That's the whole point. Client IDP URL. Is that part of the response? No, there's ID token as part of the response. Yeah. All right, I got to do my thing again. I have to get rid of these. Yeah. The refresh token and the access token. I should probably... I mean... access dash token... YQ... Wait, was there an ID token? It wasn't in the last one. Oh, now it's there. It wasn't there before. No wonder it wasn't there because we didn't do the OpenID scope. Oh my god, that makes so much sense. There's also not an access token. Whoopsie TV, how are you? Don't jinx yourself. Yeah, it was the scope the whole time. Access token, refresh token, ID token. Right? I should probably write a little script for that. What do I want to do here? Well... ID token, refresh token, access token. Okay. I mean, it's funny because writing all this shell code. I might as well just write the Go code and be done with it. But no, I have to be difficult. I have to do it the difficult way because it's just me. Access token, ID token. Why the hell is that working? Refresh token. IQ dot ID underscore token temfu.yaml. Access token and refresh token. Okie dokie. Oh, bang bang bash. Combine that. Next one. Bang bang bash. Combine that. Join that. Join that. This is where it gets hard. Join. There we go. Bang bang bash. Join. Try to do our K whatever. Where's our K get pods? Oh shit. Cannot list resource pods in API group. It worked. It authenticated. Now we just have to add the RBAC rules. Oh my god. It did it. It authenticated. It just doesn't have any rights. It worketh. You know, we're updating kubeconfig. So error from server forbidden. So that server error is not okay. So all of the authentication is working, and now we just have to give it RBAC rules for my individual user. Yeah, I have to grant access to that user, to the minikube user. Does that make sense? Let's see. Cannot list resource pods and API group namespaces. Easy first try. So this is a really great place to stop. I feel like it's a good success. I know it doesn't look like it. It still looks like it's being blocked, but we know, this is what we know, okay? We know that, see, look over here. We know that Keycloak is properly configured. We know that it's handing out an OpenID thing. We know that our URLs for requesting OpenID are the ones that give us ID underscore tokens, which are required to log in. And for some reason, we're omitted from this other code that I was writing, which also includes an access token, which means that the proxy is going to work. Actually, I have to try this right now. Oh my God, it works. You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. We got to go. The dashboard's not going to have any access because reasons. Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy. But anyway, we have access to the cluster, so now we have to elevate the access permissions for our end user. We haven't set up any users on the minikube, but so we're getting a legit forbidden because that user is resolving properly. Minikube can talk to Keycloak, and kubectl is talking to Keycloak, and Minikube's like, I got all my information back, and you don't have permission. And that's a huge win, even though the next step, of course, is to set up Minikube to allow access, which is probably easy. I just don't know how to do it. Showing it worked perfectly the first time? Never. Never. That's a lie. All those people on the internet are liars. Yeah, they're liars. Oh, look, we just did it so easy. See how easy it is? You know what? They're like that annoying little kid who like figures how to do things after they cry. And they couldn't do it, and it took them forever. I'm never going to get it, blah, blah, blah. And then they learn, and then they're like, oh yeah, it's super easy. And they walk up to the kid and say, you know that asshole? You know how many times I've had to deal with those assholes? It's better to deal with those young assholes early because otherwise they become big assholes. When they're young, seriously, Look, I have been helping particularly young people get into technology for a very long time, 9 to 19, we'll say, right? And when they're really young, like when they're, under 12 in particular, they tend to cry when shit doesn't work. Like actual tears. It's like, Mr. Rob, I'm never going to be anything. I can't do it. I suck at game development. I can't do it. Blah, blah, blah. And they have to take them in the side room. And I say, listen, calm down and pace yourself. This is going to take time. Yeah, but I'm blah, 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 blah. Because they're young and they're emotional, and it's wonderful. Actually, it's a wonderful age to be around, and they're so full of energy and oomph and everything, and then they figure it out, right? And then they figure it out after time and patience, and they have somebody. No kidding, they will have another TA help them who's a little bit older than them, who's done it already. And they'll help them get their thing, and they'll say, well, thank you, and they're all humble, and they're learning everything, and then they get it done, and then their game's really awesome, and then everybody tells them how awesome their game is or something. They tell them how awesome their game is, and then you make them a TA, and if you don't have like a training session, they'll be like, oh my God, yeah, it's so easy, let me do it for you, and they kick them out of the way, and they take over their keyboard, and they just want to flex at how awesome they are because they learned it. They've completely forgotten the pain and suffering that they went through to get where they are. And unless you specifically point to them and say, do you remember how you used to feel when you were going through that? Okay, now put yourself in the position of that person that you just said, move. Do you think that makes them feel good? Does that build up their confidence in themselves? No, they just see how awesome you are and how horrible they are. I'm telling you, you have to like nip that shit in the bud because people, they grow up to be that person. I guarantee you, raise your hand if you're working with somebody on your tech team who is still that guy or girl or person. They are there. And it's so important to maintain what in the yoga world we call beginner mind. That means that you're going to forget, you're going to fail, you're going to suck, you're going to be awesome at other things. You need to I do this all the time. You should probably not be too self-deprecating because, that can wear on your confidence and stuff and you get depressed. But, we're all going to make mistakes and everything. And I call myself an idiot all the time. It's a bad idea. But frankly, I think that's better than thinking you're the shit and you can do everything and everybody else needs to get on your level. And I've done that too. I've done that very publicly. I have done that very, very, very publicly. I have been a very public, failure, and I call people morons and stuff like that. And I mean, and most of the time I don't mean it, by the way, right? I'm just venting. And almost always my frustration is not targeted at a person. It's targeted at a principle, and that's what this is. The principle is beginner mind. Keep a beginner's mind. Don't, who cares if they think you're awesome or not? What? I just 100% of the time assume everyone else knows more than me, but I'm always down to learn, suck less. You know what? I want to be that guy. And I vacillate. I go between moments of thinking I'm a fucking superhero to, and I'm God's gift to the world and you should everybody do the thing I do. Most of the time, that's not really what it is. Most of the time, it's like, it's more, I think you should do what I think because I'm so annoyed and I know that you're going to have pain and suffering if you do it the other way. And then I have to justify that point. Usually it's not, I don't know, but I don't think that it's raw ego usually most of the time. But yeah, being humble, no matter how much you know in technology, goes a long, long way. I have known more than one person. In fact, I'm thinking about my time in my last couple companies. I'm just going to say it. The only people that I have ever known who immediately worked with me, and I can't get into this too difficulty. The only people that I have ever really known who suffered from it, who were actually fired, were know-it-alls. Yeah. They were, and I'm thinking of them right now. That's why I'm having a hard time not talking, because I don't want to talk about them, because they were good people. I really liked them a lot, but they were assholes, man. They were the worst type of asshole. They, if you didn't agree with what they said, that you're an idiot, and they talk that way. I mean, it's kind of okay to think that, like Torvalds thinks that about everybody, but. And Torvalds is running his own project. He doesn't have to be on every project, So I don't know. We could talk about this all day. Maybe we will, actually. And so before I leave for the day, because I have successfully completed my quest for today, my quest for access. Tomorrow, by the way, when we pick this up, we're gonna dive into the wonderful world of RBAC Kubernetes permissions, which I never remember. I never, ever, ever remember. How often do you get to set up a user RBAC permissions for a particular service account on Kubernetes? Something you probably need to do, definitely if you're going to certify for a service Kubernetes administrator, which I have not yet done. This is not stuff I do all the time, but it's stuff that I need to learn. Specifically in this case, so that I can test to see if my Klogin tool is actually logging in properly. I have enough information to do that right now. But it would just be so much better if my commands actually worked in addition to all the rest of that. Obviously, I don't need to send API requests to confirm that the tokens are working. We've just confirmed that, actually. So that task is essentially done. But I would like to spend some time tomorrow getting that authenticated user account to actually be able to do something in the cluster. And then we'll codify that, put it in the lab, and you can all go copy what I've done and get good with it and learn it in your own way. Life is a pain. Friendly Bus says, it's so difficult to stay level without an objective scientific measure of your work anyway. So humble for sure. Yeah, no, it's true. It's true, right? It's true. I mean, and we can easily miss that, right? And by the way, I just want to put a plug in this way. So this, just want to plug for the time for the things that are coming. I'm going to shut this off here. I am definitely going to do Don't Get Mega Busy tonight. Avoid getting taken advantage of, dangling preposition and all. We are going to have a live podcast for 2 hours. That'll go up on the thing. I am going to go eat, sleep, and work out during this break. I may play a little bit of Witcher tonight. I don't know how much. Depends on how much time I have, how much energy I have. So that is what's coming. If that interests you, we'd love to have you in here. I particularly encourage you to come participate in the live podcast if you have worked on a tech team for any amount of time. This is obviously the conversation is going to be based on warnings from my own experience about how to avoid getting taken advantage of. But I also would love to hear from other people. Obviously, everybody would. Other people that are in the know, that have experience in that space. So that's where we are. On that note, YouTube, I'm going to say goodbye to you for today, and I'm going to wrap up my Twitch stream here by rating somebody. Bye.